Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
I want to welcome each and all. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team for April 3rd, 2022. And this is a public program where we meet weekly. And we share knowledge and share some of the teachings of Mr. Keshe, even a few testimonials here and then. I think we have one or two already lined up. So let's go right into it. I want to thank you all for joining, or I want to thank your souls for bringing you here. So many times we think it's the physicality that's the boss, but my understanding is that the physicality follows the totality, which is the soul of the man. And we're learning more about the soul of the universe and so many other things as we go along. We haven't grasped it all, and we'll hear a couple clips today from the 338 workshop, and we'll go back and examine a little bit more of the stacker, the 5-cup, the first one, and about curbing hunger and so on and so forth. And then we'll spend a little bit of time in the 426, where Salamia asks a question and Mr. Keshe answers it. I'd also like to take 5 minutes, I think twice Mr. Keshe said, to include the elevation of the souls of the world leaders. And probably now is better time than ever that we actually use our own reactors to elevate the souls of these world leaders. And of course, with this practice, no one fails. So you can count on that your soul is actually doing more than you've probably realized. And as we know, the souls are interacting and communicating. It's almost like a whole nother population in a way, but in a dimension that we can't really see and we don't give a lot of acknowledgement to in our daily lives. We think it's all the physicality, but there's way more going on in the background. So let's start with the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship unit, and then we'll go a little bit further. I don't know if anybody has anything they'd like to bring up immediately, but again, this is, I like to keep this as an open forum where it's more of a round table that everyone can participate or add to the knowledge or share knowledge or whatever concerns you may have. So again, we're all equal, at least in this meeting and all the meetings, I think, in the Keshe Foundation. And this is what one of the tenets of the foundation teaches, that all souls are equal. And of course, will be brought into space as equals with the universal community as well. And of course, we do know knowledge is that the universal community doesn't know, like how to operate in the matter state. I was listening to one of the teachings where Mr. Keshe said, gee, they would love to be taught how to move and operate in the matter state. They would feel like nobility. But I know the time of kings and queens and so on is over. But anyway, let's go right into it. There's so much knowledge. The knowledge is so deep. we all have a little bit of it, but yet we have all of it at the same time. We just need to get to open that door up or find that key to start unlocking this. And again, it might not be the fastest process, or it could happen in a nanosecond. All this knowledge and all this understanding, as I see it, is what it means to you and for you to find your soul and to elevate that soul even to further than it already is. But again, thank you all for being here, and appreciate your support for the meeting and for the knowledge.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Okay, I think my wireless mouse is running out of power. I'm going to have to get some power in there. But anyway, I'd like to go back to the 5 cups. This is a soul elevator. This is a way to feed you, and this is a way to transport you. The universal unit obviously is something that man could not produce, or as Mr. Keshe said, was too lazy. He gave the key back in 2014, but I think he was being nice when he said man was too lazy. The truth of the matter is that we don't totally understand the unit, how to put it together, and all the other aspects of what it can do and how it does what it does. So therefore, the foundation is releasing these units. And again, there's many that are going to be gifted. Mr. Keshe said that in the next 2 weeks to 2 months, the foundation would be coming out with some documentation, giving us more background information that we'll be able to share with those who would like to get this gift or to use it in a university or a space center or a government. But there are certain caveats and conditions and so on that are going to have to be met. And I think we're going to get a lot more detail over the next month to 2 months, probably. They're just not going to hand them out. But it is a beautiful, beautiful gift that we can all work together and develop. And I think, as he said, it's going to take all of us, the universities, the governments, the knowledge seekers, people just coming in, to really open up this knowledge to get to the point where we can start using these systems. I know some of the systems, for example, in Arizona, in Tehran, in China, in Austria, were already within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. So they're probably going to start developing first. Although he did ask John, do you want me to ship both of the units to NASA, or one to you and one to NASA? So there's many things going on in the background that I'm not privy to, but the units that are within the foundation will start being developed, and maybe the June 6th flight to the moon will take place as scheduled. We'll have to see. But I thought we would go back to this teaching again. This is on the 338th workshop. I'm going to have to charge this wireless mouse. It seems to be slowing down. And we'll just probably, we've missed a few things here, but it definitely can curb hunger, and it can do many other things that we're probably not even aware of. I know with mine, I've interacted with it, not enough, but I have gotten some interactions, although I didn't use any salt water or anything like that in it. And he's talking about putting the cup under the, there's a cup within a cup. And if you, I think it's in number 1 and number 4 and number 5 cup, that you can take a drop of this. He said, start by using drops. And that can sustain you. 1 drop can sustain you for an entire day. Then, of course, he goes to cup 2 and 3. And I know a little bit about that. That's the cup of man. And I remember him saying you can spray as much as you like of cup number 2 on your feet and as much as you'd like of cup number 1 on your head. And that would create sort of a field or allow you to absorb more energies from the universe, very similar to what the plants do. And that's what the behavior, the conditions are to create the behavior of the vertical people, where they don't steal and they don't kill, but they absorb fields. And this is the teaching, I think, that's coming more and more into the foundation, this field interaction. And of course, your reactors within you, between your emotions, the soul of physicality, and the soul of the man, is probably one of the most powerful reactors, except we just sort of turn away from it because we want something physical. And that's why he started by teaching the spacecraft first, because if he started with flying with the soul, they would have, I guess, hung him in the church or something along that line. So, but now we're moving into a new dimension, and this is the understanding of the soul of the man, which has been hidden from most of us for most of our lives. So we're just beginning to understand all these different possibilities and our capabilities. So let's just go to this on the 5 stacker, and we may start to remember some of the things we've forgotten. Again, for feeding, for transportation, for elevation of the soul of the man.
Now you see the structure, which has a different meaning. You see If you stack it, number 1 is the soul of the man, which is on the top. Then you have the soul of physicality, which is number 2. Then you have the physicality of the man, which is number 3. Then you have the soul of the inertia of the planet, which is copper based. This life is isolated. To be complete, to be the soul of the man within the structure of the planet, there is a need for the 4th cup, the 5th cup, which this 5th cup has a specific characteristics. The magnetic gravitational field of this planet is based on iron. So you need an iron. You have the copper and you have the zinc. All have to be nano quantity. Now you bring the structure of the soul of this planet, the way it interacts with life of the man, which with it brings the creation of the soul and emotion of the man. So your picture, in a way, let's change this slightly to a different color, that we keep our process the same. You have the ingredient up, which with it brings the soul of planet. Now, what you collect and what you might add as different salts, materials, will dictate in what you will receive is near enough to the replication of your life, what you need, as these have to be stacked up exactly as it is. Don't forget, we do not change. These have to be, I do apologize, there is a slight correction in these, because I know you lot look for everything. You have the copper, you have the iron, and you have the zinc. Notice how all the plates are positioned like the backbone of the human being, the spine. Or you look at the emotional side, which comes through the same structure. And one of the most important parts you will notice is that your materials now produced will be totally different than when you had a cup of man, or you had a cup of life, or you had other cups. You will not produce the same ganses. Your ganses color will change. You will see new colors, because now you have set up in that direction the work which is need to be done according to what the love of man is for the love of his creator. This way you shine down, and this way you rise from the horizon of the man, and in this process you have brought in the gravity. In this process you have brought inertia. In this process you brought the physicality of the man. In this process you brought what we call the soul of the man, and in this soul of physicality of the man, I should say, and in this you brought the soul of the man. This system is the replication of totality of the life of the man. What you saw we shared before, the cup sits here. The cup sits here. The cup sits here. Because it's the inertia of the copper which gives physicality to the man. Now you have cup of life with the soul of the cup per cell. You have the cup of life here with the physicality of the man. You have created the soul of the man's cup. You have created the inertia, and you have created the gravitational magnetic field of the planet according to the three essential elements of the life in the physical dimension. Where the zinc makes your lung and your brain, iron makes your blood, and copper makes your physical dimension of muscles. In a way, and in the process of how you choose your, what I call, salt water, will dictate the emotion and the dimension of the physicality. If you take gases from any of these cups, one drop of it, if you have done it the correct way, will feed you for 1 day. If your intention and soul is to support illness with the cup of 1 and cup of 5, you will elevate the soul of the man, because you eliminate the inertia and physical condition. You use the physical free fields of the planet to create that condition of elevation for the soul. You have a physical condition which is psychosomatic. You use cup number 2 and cup number 3 gases. You have problem with the structure, what we call conversion or evolution. You use 4 and 5, and depends which evolution has taken place, use cup number 2 or 3. This is to get rid of the inherited diseases. But you have to understand, every part of this has to be understood, because there is millions of combinations to this. And there is one thing, and the most important thing is that you're the man, you're the creator of it. In the process of creation, you have established every dimension. Maybe now we have solved the mystery of creation. In the future teachings, we will elaborate on those below and those above. I think this teaching today brings man to be able now to use the true condition of Ganses for elevation of the soul, if you understand. There are some, I know a lot of you are gonna ask a lot of things about the connections and corrections. Maybe we do this way that you are happy with your works. Just do very clean cut job that you will understand. Use this knowledge to overcome hunger, disease. Use this knowledge to elevate your soul. Use this knowledge to be able to work through the soul. That in a way, if you look at it, is very simple. With this, you cover the totality of the man. With this, if you understand, can overcome corona or any other virus or any other disease in space, where by creating the right condition for the soul, you support the whole of your understanding, the whole of the structure, the whole of physicality. The teaching is not complete. It's far from complete. The teaching has just begun. The teaching has just structured itself to the new understanding of the soul of the universe. We just graduated. Maybe if you understand the totality of it, from the nursery of the knowledge of the universe. Maybe if you understand the totality of it, maybe man can enter the first class. Then you can see there's a long way to get to the top and the PhDs. Even this, to get to this level, with all the help brought, has taken millions of years for man to educate and elevate. Maybe we have entered a new dimension in the essence of the knowledge of mankind. Maybe in the future, the human race will find a solution, will find a way out for itself, for the citizens of this planet, and a way to become part of the universal community. In that process, mankind has to do two things. And that is to transfer knowledge unconditionally, to transfer knowledge without any hesitation. How many of you have put your life at risk to take ganses to another man who's sick, to another woman with a child who cannot move from the house because they're coronavirus, and you've seen them days later on the street living a normal life? That's the gift that you have brought. As one of the knowledge seekers said in one of the recent teaching, what have we done? There's nothing. Nothing has been done. A lot has been done. You have taught the knowledge, and those who understood it have increased it and developed it to help the others. The knowledge seekers have become the cornerstones of the knowledge. New knowledge, understanding of the new, which even the governments and scientists cannot understand. But it works. It works immensely. When we watch the rulers of nations cover themselves in gases to escape deaths, and they receive and they see the result. When we see people who are in position of power come and ask for application of the new technology for Corona. You have tested cup number 2 and 3. We told you for a long time, don't touch cup number man, which is the combination of 2 and 3. Now you can go to the cups and decide in which part and in which essence you want to take, and try to feed yourself and see how you can stand the onslaught of hunger. Do not drink in gallons, try with drops. But don't forget, there are many combinations to this. Before the break, I asked John, specifically for this reason.
Okay, so what a complete package has been delivered to us, almost like the magravs, or maybe even more than the magravs, or in the same line as the magravs in a way. There's millions of combinations here. And again, I don't understand it completely. I haven't worked with it enough. Mr. Keshe said to replicate it in the vertical way. As he said, the plates are like the backbone of the man. So you can't put this one in a circle. You probably don't want to put it horizontally. You want to replicate it in the same way. I thought one of the phenomenal things was these little blue cups here under the center coil of cup 1, under the center coil of cup number 4, and encompassing all 3 in the magnetical gravitational fields of this planet. He said 1 drop from any of these cups will sustain you or give you energy for 1 day. He also talked about this combination here, which by connecting them together, you have the cup of man. And as I said, another way, and I asked that question, and he said that you could take the cup number 2 of the cup of man and cup number 1 on the head and number 2 on the feet, for also increasing your ability to curb hunger. Now, this is back in 2020. Maybe Mr. Keshe had some sort of idea of what could be coming. We've been hearing a lot of this about food and scarcities and so on, but we have a complete system here for healing diseases, psychosomatic conditions, elevation of the soul, flight, and hunger. So it's a phenomenal teaching. I haven't spent enough time with it myself. I did build it. It is a beautiful but strange looking thing to anyone who comes into the home and says, what is that? What is that all about? And I try to explain it and so on and so forth. But most people just look, but they don't ask for any explanation. I just said, it's a project I'm working on. I don't know if anyone else had any experiences with these cups or have tried to curb hunger or felt their soul being elevated or handled any sort of diseases, whether they were in the physicality or came through evolution or psychosomatic. But this is a phenomenal system that's been gifted to us in a way. So if anyone would like to share anything about it, I've interacted a couple times and actually felt messages in my mind that I sort of were taken aback a little bit because they were so strong. And I've often thought about creating maybe a friend or a partner. And he said, you could do this. This is your creation and you're linked to it. So it's very interesting. Again, like the magravs, probably not fully understood. I mean, the millions of combinations just in these 5 cups is just phenomenal. I can't even hardly imagine the different things that this system can do, but most of us probably haven't made it, and many of us that have made it don't fully understand it. But it is beautiful. I think the soul understands it completely. But the main point I wanted to stress here was these blue cups, this blue cup and this blue cup. Any drop from any of these 3 cups will sustain you for one day in case of need. So that's what I wanted to share there. And of course, who better to share it than Mr. Keshe? Does anyone want to make any comments on this? And if not, that's fine. If we go to the latest one, again, Salamia did ask a question about shielding. At the end of this, I'd like to take 5 minutes and elevate the world leaders' souls. As we see, we're in quite a situation now. We don't know what could come, but Mr. Keshe goes into a little bit of the things we could experience in the coming days or weeks or months. Hopefully not. As he said, we don't see that, but anything can happen. And I know Romania is quite on the border of the Ukraine. And so most people in Europe are probably wondering and pondering what is the next situation to happen here. But we know we can protect ourselves, our homes, other people. But the whole idea is to elevate, I think, the souls of the world leaders and get them to realize the beauty of this technology and the fruitlessness of these borders and these wars. I think in the last 3,000 years, we've had 5,000 wars on this planet. So the technology is beautiful to be able to transport, transmute, and so on. But until we elevate the soul of the man, Mr. Keshe said that, and that's what these systems are designed for, we'll go right back to the same pattern within a century or a few generations, right back to killing and eating each other. So the bottom line to me is the elevation of the soul, all the souls, so that they start to realize that maybe they won't get elevated all at the same time, but as one becomes elevated, another one becomes elevated. People who get processed through these systems will be able to share it. And that's why we want to get them out, as many as they can. I think Mr. Keshe said about 1,000 of them will be gifted. And I don't know how long that process is going to take, but as the souls start elevating, I think we're going to come into a whole new dimension of understanding this planet, our creation, and some of our capabilities. So let's listen to this. I'll have to break it because Mr. Keshe went out and took a phone call, again, about world peace. So he's intimately involved in this every day, it seems, plus probably 500 or more other projects that I'm not aware of. But at the end of this, we'll take the 5 minutes, we'll use our own reactors, we'll elevate the soul of the world leaders as he's asked us to do.
Hello, Salamia. Can you open your mic there?
Yes,
Yes, we hear you. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Keshe, I would like to ask you something regarding the shield of protection. I know you teach entire community about this aspect, but in the future, if you like to go back and refresh our memory, will be very nice and useful. If you like, Romanian community just asked me to ask you. That's why I had the today the courage to ask you.
I know why the Romanian community is asking you this question. You are having a threat sitting on your northern borders with Ukraine. And you have a fear of nuclear explosion or chemical attack within the boundaries of Ukraine, or which might expand over you, or you become the victims of it. The shield of protection is, again, man's way of dealing with it. Try to raise the soul of the world leaders that we do not reach that point. Because if we get to that elevation, then for centuries our children would not suffer with contamination. If we just create a shield for ourselves, it's a selfishness that we are protected. But I understand both reasons and both conditions. We blamed the Russians for a lot, what they've done, what they're doing. In principle, we understand it, and a lot of it is wrong. But on the other hand, we understand their position to protect the integrity of their culture and their religion. Up to now, we were not. We were kept. We were always considered the West as a saint. But now we know with the documents available, especially in the past few days, coming out of what we see from the IEA papers in the background, and some other organizations, the American government and the scientists have been building naughty things within Ukraine and financing these kind of things. And it goes back some of it to the leaders of the West. And we have to enlighten them not to make these things in the future that leads to these conditions. We are not pro-Americans or pro-Russians or pro-anything, but when your house gets attacked, when the house is on fire, you do something about it. And now we have enough knowledge and information to know in a very small way, but could be crucial and fundamental. And it came very much into front in the negotiations in Istanbul in the past few days, that when the two cannot trust, let's make a no man's land a free zone. And this is part of the condition that nobody can create nuclear or biochemical factories in Ukraine. And it becomes a neutral position. And in essence, there is a possibility of both nuclear and biochemical. But if we see biochemical, I have a very good idea. If we see nuclear, I have a very good idea who will do it. And for sure, it's not Russians. 100% sure it will not be Russians. Because we saw the same game by the Western world in Iraq. We saw the same game in Libya. So there's a bad reference there. And there is a cause for concern from all leaders to stop playing these games in the background. And the documents which are opening up and appearing gives a lot of not a good indication, especially to the United States, what I call games in these areas. Can you please close your microphone? In that position, to that effect, try to raise the soul of the world leaders, that they come to understanding and this thing can be resolved both in Vatican, in Moscow churches, and now that it's got out of hand in the White House and in the Kremlin. We know families of Romanians within 2 kilometers of the Ukrainian border. We are in touch with. We know the concern. We are closely in touch with Northern Romanian community to watch any operation on a daily basis. In so many ways, if it happens, which might happen with we see mainly to come from the west and the east side of the border, always have a combination of the 3 ganses in principle with you. Try to keep the CH3 out of the position. Make your ganses in a deep condition of the gans and not the water. Try to use it outside the building than inside the building. Hold the radiation and hold the what we call any chemical effect into the wall outside and inside. We can spray the buildings. Try to create and use as much amino acid into the water you use, that anything which is in balance with the human level is absorbed and kept outside. And if you come to it, that is used, try to not to touch these areas for 3 to 6 months or maybe up to a year, because they absorb the energies, and usually summertime heat will disperse some of it, but the winter ice will change the composition of the release. What you absorb as a massive energy will be released next 6 to 12 months. Try to, in a way you are used to in most of the places, to whitewash. Do not use these things on your clothing, under no circumstances. If you are in a vehicle, you travel, try to wash your car with it, but try to avoid the outside of the car if you receive contamination. I always, when I was a student in Queen Mary College, my professors at the beginning had a big objection the way I used to share knowledge with this about nuclear contamination. And I always said, when you see the light of a nuclear explosion, walk into it. Don't walk away from it. If you see it, you have already received it. It will be a lifetime of misery. This is what I know from the nuclear industry. If you see the light of explosion, walk to it. If it's too far from you, you hear or you get, you can control the way I explained. Because when you see the light, the fields of the radiation has already passed through your body. And the mutation of the fields has already started. But if you are near a chemical or biological effect, it's just biology, biological warfare. Biology needs amino acid. And there's a limitation of how much is in the air. If it's in your direction, If it's not absorbed, it'll come through the building, it'll come through the house. You hold it outside the house. You hold it outside the car. We are not all sitting in the house waiting for it. We are traveling, we are shopping, we are going from place to place. You need the three combination of the copper, the zinc, and the CO2 with a huge amount of amino acid. If you have cup 1 life with this amino acid, mix into it. If you have a cup life 2 with it, mix into it. And make sure you have plenty of amino acid. This should attract what is, your body is another biological body walking. When others have absorbed it, it's less to come to you. If you inhale or you breathe it, you're already contaminated. Follow the same procedure, but 0.9% salt. That it matches the salt of the body of the man, and it can take it out of the body. Just be patient. Do not expect I drank it should change. It'll change gradually. It'll take it out of the body gradually. Never is a difference between the virus and the biological. Virus is energy, biological is part of your body, it's the biology of your body. You handle it totally differently. In a way, you put so many traps in front of it that it does not get to you by the time, or you don't get the strength of it, which is interacting with the cell of the body. With the nuclear accident, it is the same. You have to cover yourself with the same process. Use a lot of gallons of CO2 with amino acid, because you have to
Okay, I think this is where Mr. Keshe had to go out and take a phone call. So let's take the next 5 minutes and use our own reactors and elevate the soul of the world leaders and the religious leaders. He said making these shields of protection is man's way of protecting themselves, but elevation of the souls of the world leaders, the children for centuries to come, will be protected. So I think we should use our own reactors. We should feed and elevate and enlighten the souls of the world leaders and all those involved in this situation right now. So as soon as my clock changes to the next minute, and there it goes. So let's use our own reactors right now for 5 minutes and elevate, enlighten the world leaders. Thank you very much for this elevation of the world leaders and a great movement through the soul of the man. And I think this is the way the Brazilians have it quite correct, where every day, I think it's at 2 p.m. CEST, they're gathering and elevating the 5+1 plus many other things, I'm sure. And so it's through the souls, as Mr. Keshe is trying to convey to us, and not so much in the matter state and so on and so forth, that we will achieve the world peace. And no one fails this elevation of the others through your soul, even if it's the first time you've ever done it. That's the beauty of it. No one fails this. So I want to thank you all for participating in that. And of course, you can join the Brazilians either on the soul level or there in person. I believe it's 2 p.m., 2 a.m. CEST time. And that's on a daily basis. So I think they've gotten it quite right. They're not building magravs to do it. They're using their own magravs internally to generate these fields. And that's where Mr. Keshe is taking us, to field interactions. Let's forward this. I know Mr. Keshe had to take a phone call, so we will move this up a bit and see if we can see when he comes back in.
To huge.
It's the only condition of the I had to leave when it was an important, very important call for the foundation, and it's part of the what we call the peace talks. We cannot refuse these calls or put them on hold. They have to be acted upon immediately. As you were trying to say, this situation exists if we stop the wars, if we create a condition of the destruction of the borders by delivery of the enhancement unit, flight unit, when we can travel anywhere, anytime. This stupid, what I call race of domination between the nations and making enemy of the others will stop. We've seen it in, it's not Ukraine, you just explained, neutral position. We saw it in past week. When I was a child, Tehran was the only airport in the whole of Middle East, in the Arab nation, where an Israeli airline used to land. If you're a Jew, you came from Russia, you come to Tehran, and then you get a flight to immigrate to Israel. We lost that point because of what I call dogmatism and everything else which came. But the strangest thing is, the Arab state gathered in the state of Israel, in a way, part of the old Egypt, in a meeting a few days ago. This was unheard of, because they made another enemy, which is the state of Iran, to bring them for us to be able to sell them more, to make. Why couldn't Iran be part of the same table? What has changed? This separation, creation of division, and these things are fed by Rothschild family. We've seen Soros now is on the international warrant arrest for starting the Ukrainian, promoting the Ukrainian war. It's not just Russia who has issued the warrant for the arrest of Soros. Chinese have done the same, because they've seen him. He interfered first with China. Now they found the source. And he works through Illuminatis and the Vatican. Cyrus cannot move anywhere anymore. It's a warrant, and if they capture him, even on flight, he'll spend years in Siberia. And
Okay, so let's also include George Soros in our elevations when we do that. And of course, there's another soul that needs elevating, and that is the soul of this planet. And I lost my place because of the crash of the computer. But let's see if we can get to the point where Mr. Keshe comes in and asks us to participate again in another great movement of the soul of the man. And that's the elevation of the soul of this planet. Anyone on the street that you meet would say, that makes no sense to me at all, but we understand and we see it in a different way. And the others will see a little later, but we've just been allowed to see it a little sooner, as I understand it.
I will look for it. I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So there we have the same request again. Mr. Keshe requested twice in the last clip that we elevate the world leaders' souls, enlighten them through our fields. Now, again, this has been a call probably for a year or more. The same process taking place with the soul of this planet to bring about a peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life on this planet. And as he said, the shield of protection sort of is man's way of protecting themselves, but the elevation of the souls of the world leaders will protect the children and yourselves for centuries to come. So it looks like it's heading in this direction, where we use our souls to elevate other souls or to change conditions or to create conditions so that certain things can happen in a correct way. I don't think we realize the power. We think the power is in a magrev generating electricity or in a GANs, but you're full of GANs. And your soul, with interaction of the emotions, the soul of physicality, can do some most amazing things that we're not even fully aware of. And as we saw with the Brazilian team and how they didn't want to lose their telegram, and within a day or two after putting those requests or that wishes forward, things started to change and happen, and now they have their telegram. So this is the way. I know the Universal Council is also peddling, I guess, in the matter state or messing around there, and we all think the physicality has the key to it, but I think the real key to it all is these interaction of the souls. And most likely that's what we'll find when we go to space as well. So thank you all for listening. And hopefully you're participating in this if you can, when you can. You don't only have to do it on Sunday, you could do it every day. The release of the GANs waters as you rinse your GANs or as you just take some and refill it and either put it in a river or release it somewhere, that it goes somewhere. And we know that these fields have a level of intelligence, maybe even greater than our own, where they know where to go and they know what to do. And they create the change. And I know Mr. Keshe said this is one of the ways you take over a planet. So thank you all for listening to this. I don't know if anyone has any comments, but I hope you see the connection between our work in the physicality, so to speak, as elevating the soul of this planet, and our work through the soul as far as elevating the world leaders, the religious leaders, and all those involved in the peace negotiations. So thank you again. I don't know if Alex is ready to come in. Are there any questions or comments? You're ready? Okay. If no one has anything, then we'll go right to you, Alex. And thank you all for listening, and continue to participate and practice this. The beautiful part about the elevation of the soul is that nobody gets it wrong. We all get it right, and we add certain fields to it. I know it's beyond our comprehension. We can't see it, but obviously the fields are interacting. And as he said, when the souls agree, that the other ones can't resist. So they will come along in the correct direction. As Diane says, inch by inch, row by row, going to make the garden grow. Yes, we are. Through the elevation of the souls in these field interactions. Thank you. All right, Alex, would you like to take the screen, please? I want to welcome you for continuing to share the knowledge, to enlighten us, to give us new concepts to ponder and to think about, and just for sharing the knowledge the way you're understanding it and the way you share it. I want to thank you for supporting this group, and it's all of our group. As we'll see, these different groups will merge into one, as the nations will merge into one, and there won't be any borders. As he said, when we start to move across this planet in minutes or seconds, we don't need borders anymore, and it's only caused division. I never really thought about it that way for most of my life until I got into the foundation, and even then I had quite a bit of resistance to it. I was thinking of the sovereignty of certain nations, and obviously I wanted them to work together, but I always thought borders were a good thing. But I think they were set up just like fences in a way to create more problems than they're worth. And with this technology, the borders will be eliminated.
Thanks very much, Mark. Let's eliminate one of our limitations. Do you mind doing the disclaimer over again, please?
No, I don't, but I just see Anna has said she's a physician as well. So thank you, Anna. I hope maybe you can learn from some of these cups and some of this technology. And I know a lot of it is emotional. I think about 90%, even though the certain doctors would not agree with that, but it's fields that create things in the matter state in these conditions. But that 5-cup system apparently can even take care of things that have come down through the line. He said through evolution and conversion. Okay, so let's go and play the disclaimer so that we don't have any other issues to deal with. And I'll rewind this, and I will adjust the volume because this one comes in a little loud. And we'll play this, and then Alex will begin his presentation.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, I want to welcome Alex. I see that Anna, and you did request this same request last week. Do you have a contact information for a medical provider in the US cancer treatment? I think we gave you Azar's name as one person to contact, but you can contact the Keshe Foundation directly. They have a group of doctors, I think, that are working together. But again, I don't have any contact information as far as someone who is doing cancer treatment in this line of knowledge. But there are doctors that are doing it. Anyone else have anything before we go to Alex? But don't give up, Anna. We will try and get you what you need. Thank you. So I want to welcome Alex, part of our team, who's been delivering consistently on a regular basis the knowledge and understanding of the universe. And I want to thank you, Alex, for that. We all see this knowledge in slightly different ways because we've come from different backgrounds and different experiences and different educational levels. But we know the soul understands it completely, and all our souls are equal. So thank you for bringing another beautiful teaching, even though I haven't seen it. Sharing this knowledge unconditionally is what Mr. Keshe has requested of us. And I think you do that week in and week out, not only with this team, but other teams as well. I know your knowledge and your sharing has been in many different nations and continents. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Mark. It is a beautiful Sunday afternoon in April. And I want to thank all the attendees here to the North American team meeting, and especially the international team. So I'm assuming that the Spanish community is translating this. So I'm going to, as before, go a little bit slower so that it makes it easier to keep up. And also, hopefully it gives you an opportunity to digest the information better here, because what we are doing is we're bringing the science and the soul of man together for the purposes of peace, and there's a very important reason for that. And so we're trying to figure that out, and slowly but surely we're bringing more medallions together as the knowledge grows and as the community becomes more and more aware that this is where the future is. And how far down the road is the future? Because we all like to invest in the future. And so this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings in Plasma Science. We're at the intermediate insight level. We're going to discuss shareholders today. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is April the 3rd, 2022. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. This teaching is for all students, new students and mature students. And the reason for it is because we have thousands of hours now accumulated in the archives, and we don't have thousands of hours left to review and explore, because time is ticking. And so what we've tried to do is to bring along at an individual pace. And so we discussed basic teaching, understanding, knowing, and now we're in the insight level. And in each of these levels, we've gone through basic, intermediate, or advanced. So we have arrived at the intermediate insight. And so the purpose of this is to take advantage of everything that we've learned so far, and also keep in mind that we only represent a small percentage of the planet. And the rest of the planet is in many ways unaware. And so what we're trying to do is to speed up the process. And that's what we analyzed. We analyzed what is our default position and how fast can we become aware of this default position, and how fast can we affect our current situation. And so many are looking to see what is the bottom line. And that is the viewpoint of a shareholder. And it's come to the point where it's important to understand what actually is a shareholder. And so we find that in most cases, our schemes are too small. And so we're trying to not only enlighten the schemers, but to enlighten the shareholders as to what the responsibilities are. Because it depends on which forum you're in, you have different responsibilities. And so this is the path that we're going. So I hope you enjoyed this journey, because as I say, time is ticking. We are planning a launch to the moon on June the 6th of this year. And my God, that is like 2 months away. So it's T-minus 63 days and counting. And as we look at the various technologies, and we find that they have been exercising serious limitations. And those limitations are basically reflecting our limitations. So if we have to fly, we have to leave the nest. And in order to leave the nest, we have to understand the larger scheme. And the larger scheme involves the universe, where we have in this book number 1, the creation of matter. And the creation of matter is organized because there's a universal order. And so that becomes a source. But at what point is this source? And a source, so what? And so our point is our soul. And so we find that our soul is a product of the origin of the universe. And it is one product. But it has a dual personality. And so this dual personality is linked up somehow to the source. And so a lot of confusion is coming into our lives because we know which way is up on this planet, but in outer space, we don't know if it's forwards or backwards, or even if it's upside down. And the problem is we can't see it. So maybe it's gone, maybe it's vanished. Maybe we're not understanding the nature of plasma. And why is that acceptable when we are made of plasma? So we are fed by plasma dynamically, and we have a feedback mechanism that is also functioning dynamically. And so we're going to review that more in detail in the next couple of weeks. But most important right now is, how do you communicate to your friends and neighbors, especially when they are almost to the point of rudeness where they don't want to hear it. And so it's not a question of whether they want to hear it. It's a question of whether you offer it, because this is how we transcend the limitations of science. For some reason, we have limitations. And it's confounding because we know that we're seeking energy, but we also know that we can dream. And so the dream of the future is to understand these different energy states, and all of them are plasma. But basically, each one in its component, individual component, is a kind of energy state. And we need to navigate these various energy states. The reason we need to navigate these states is because that is our inherent capability. And learning how to use our inherent capability skillfully is one of the most important things that we have to do on this planet. And so we say, well, if important is not important, well, then nothing's important, right? And so we've come to the point now where everything that we've been accustomed to on a daily basis, and we're saying 24 hours a day and 7 days a week, this is not part of what we're talking about today. What we're talking about is in the uncharted skies, the rest of the picture. And the rest of the picture has its own set of rules. And so those rules follow a moral path. And so that moral path is what we have to follow. And you have to have a moral leader on that path. Well, maybe you could be that leader. And so I, as a teacher, can become your student. And do you want to be a teacher? Do you want to be a student? Do you want to be a leader? You have all these choices. And these choices are not based on only what you hear me saying, and they're not just based on what you see, but they're based on your default position. And with respect to that default position, you have choices. And most of us have not made the correct choice because we can't sort it out. And it's hard to sort it out when we're not elevated. And to become elevated, it's really a rough road. Why is it a rough road? It should be an easy, smooth road. And so something has to change. And what is that is going to change? So the thing is that in our physical existence, we have a verification and validation requirement, which represents the transmission and transition fields. And when we have a balance of these fields, that's our point of existence. And within this point of existence is a manifestation of the transmutation. The manifestation of the transmutation of what? Because you can't see it. So a balanced maggraph is invisible. So what is it that's visible? Is the confirmation of our existence. That's what's visible. And the dependence on the confirmation of our existence imposes limitations on our soul. So when we look at basic plasma fields and how they function, we see that the transmission is in a rotating field because energy is always in motion. Can't stop it. So to hold it in the field, you have to give it a reference. And so that reference is the rotating field on the x-axis. Excuse me. I'm back. there is a reference to the y-axis as well. And so that's the transitioning of energy through the polar fields. So somehow, somewhere, there's a crossover point, or what we call this the perpendicular vanishing point. And somehow, to balance this off, we've used the letter pi. Pi is something and a bit. It's 3 and a bit. And we find that shareholders, which is what we're going to talk about today, always want a piece of this pie. And the question is, do you want 1 pie, 2 pie, 3 pie, or do you want just a little bit? And so as we divide the pie, we find that our emotions play a strong part in that, because there's always risk involved, right? And so that raises our emotions. But the thing is that if we don't have enough target practice, then we can't figure out which pie is which and how much of that pie do you want. The best advisor is your soul, because the soul understands all of these dimensions. And so each dimension has a geometry, and that geometry is the transmission, transition, and transmutation. Because when you talk about transition and transmission, you're talking about 2 dimensions. And so when we look at the surface to volume ratios of a 2 dimension, we see the relationship of the perimeter to the area of a circle, but there's always this pi that's involved. And if we want to go to the 3rd dimension, the circle now becomes a sphere. And so it's a surface to volume comparison, and this pi is still involved. And so we know that this pi is somewhat of a fudge factor. But we are none of these 3 dimensions, you see, because we're the observer. And so a second problem manifests itself. As observers from the 4th dimension, so we observe the 3 dimensions, we don't have enough knowledge to totally understand it. So we're just exploring our insights right now based on the knowledge that we do have. And so the rest of it, we kind of have to fudge. And so we become the observer fudgers. And it's kind of too bad, because we didn't say which 3 dimensions. And we didn't say where is our 4th dimension. And we didn't say that there's only 1 3 dimensions. And we didn't say that there's only 1 4th dimension. What we did say is that going from dimension to dimension revolves around, if you will, rotationally, around the direction and strength of flow. And the rate of this flow is dependent on the gradient charge, which gives you the direction, and the charge gradient, which gives you the strength. And so the combination of these allows you to have a field strength, which is the z-axis, what we call the transmutation. And now this is the plasma. This is the plasma because what you have is a balanced field that is not visible. And so this imposition of this energy field is seeking a position, but it has to have a reference point. It has to have a relationship. And so, of course, it has a relationship with other plasmas. And the relationship between these other plasmas is a dynamic interaction. And so when we understand the basic rule that energy is always in motion, so therefore it's positive. So The charge deals with the direction. And what the direction is concerned with is really, it's concerned with synergy. And so to have synergy, you have to have energy. And so the basic energy is your MAGRAF position. But if you want to have synergy, then you have to have more than your MAGRAF position. So the MAGRAF position is your basic scheme, and your synergy is the higher scheme. And the ability to take advantage of this, or should we dare say even exploit this, is based on susceptibility. And so this susceptibility implies immediately that there has to be a reference. And when you have these references, then there develops a relationship. And so this is how we can transcend different ranges. And this is how we can transcend different energy levels within a range, right? Within a range and between ranges. And so sometimes these references and relationships are based on shareholding. So in the plasma science, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So the creation of the universe comes a point of strength. And the universe exists from energy. And so there's a convergence of energy that comes together, but there's also a feedback. And so there is a feeding and a feedback on the same plane. But there are three planes to create three dimensions. So you have a feedback and a feeding on each plane, but what's unseen is the feeding and feedback in between the planes. This is the problem. So if we only look at what we hear or what we see, then this creates a conflict because there are unseen factors. There's a hidden hand, so to speak. And this is where shareholders come in, because shareholders can be that hidden hand that affects the situation. We know that. So what we're talking about plasmatically is the basic interaction of fields. And so there's an attraction and there's a repulsion. So you as a shareholder could be attracted to something, or you can be repelled from something. This is the magnetical interaction of plasma fields. And so you being a plasma field, then you are also a natural creator. But to be a natural creator, you have to create from a point of context. And that context is a MAGRAF. So the MAGRAF is a balance of attraction and repulsion. But we also have decay. So we say that the creation is an emission of energy, and the decay is an absorption of energy. So the decay is increasing in strength. Well, how does that work? How can you decay and increase in strength? So therefore, the definition of the strength is interpreted by your point of view. So the strength isn't so much that it's magnetical or gravitational, the strength is the dimension of the emission and absorption. And so we have things that are seen and things that are not seen. And so that comes from the basic understanding of physics. And our limitations come from the basic misunderstanding of physics. So there's misunderstanding involves a misinterpretation of our knowledge, and it also involves a lack of knowledge. So part of the benefit of the Insight series is that now we know about our limitations. And so we found through
de los beneficios que podemos lograr es
So we found through the examination of the neutron math that we had to fudge something. Something was missing in order for our physics to work. But fundamentally, it involves the transmutation of energy from a neutron to an electron-proton combination, and not only. And also involves the release of PM ticks. And so this is the basic, very basic nuclear decay model, nuclear decay of the neutron. And so we have these rays as part of creation, and it's part of natural creation. But natural creation has an opposite factor, and that is the natural decay. So the natural creation and the natural decay is part of creation. And ironically, the natural creation and the natural decay is part of the natural decay. And so the creation and the decay is interrelated. And we don't see what that is, but that is the bond between the creation and the decay. And because we don't see it, then maybe we fudge that as well. So we keep talking about fudging these things, but now we have an understanding that there's a force field interaction and the relationship of how it works. So if we say that the gravitational maggrav, the neutron, interacts with the weaker fields, and it gives to the weaker fields. So in all cases here, a neutron, and whether you have a neutron as part of the creation or a neutron as part of the decay, will interact with the electron of creation or the electron of decay, or with the proton of creation or the proton of decay, or with the atom of creation, which is an electron-proton combination, or the atom of decay, which is the electron-proton combination. There has to be a relationship. And so as we're looking at this technology, we want to review what it means to be a shareholder. So fundamentally, in our two-dimensional world of physics, we have inventors who invent technologies. And it may be a single inventor, or it may be a partnership of inventors. And the partnership may involve an inventor, or may involve someone who has something to do with money. And the ideal situation, of course, would be if an inventor had the technology and the money. And too often that is not the case. So there are ways and means of facilitating this. So the purpose of the money, of course, is to allow venture capitalists to come in and assist the inventor to bring the invention to the population. And then there are investors who are not necessarily venture capitalists, because the difference being that venture capitalists facilitate the startup, whereas the investors look for more long-term benefit. And then, of course, there are navigators. We call them directors. And then there are passengers. We call them shareholders. So most of us are passengers. So when we look at the inventors, they have achieved a certain level of education. And each inventor has an interpretation of that in education. And as such, being of a plasma field, is repositioning themselves. And so it guides them to do a certain kind of research. And in that research may be a discovery. And so that discovery needs to be developed. And once it gets to a certain point of development, which is a confirmation, then there's a possibility to have a commercial development of that research development. And so if the inventor doesn't have the funds or the knowledge in that particular field to do that, then that needs to be financed. So I am sure that I'm stating the obvious, except there is a point to this presentation. So I'm not going to dwell too much on the finance, except to say it's a very interesting dog chasing its tail kind of thing, right? We talked about the binding of energy, where the positive chases the negative and the negative chases the positive. Well, interestingly enough, inventors need money. And interestingly enough, money needs inventors. So you have the day-to-day activity for many inventors being consumed, not in finding more discoveries, but in finding the money to develop their discoveries. And so you have a lot of people who have the money and they don't know what to do with the money, except to put it in a bank, the bank that prints the money in the first place. So knowing the fallacy of that particular financial venture, they're looking for inventors so that they themselves can be either venture capitalists, investors, or even be directors, or just to be shareholders. And so the net result becomes, unfortunately, exploitation, because there's a negotiation between the inventor and the financier. So what the inventor wants to do is to share the invention, and what the financier wants to do is share the financial benefit of being involved with that invention. And so the balance of incentives comes down to the degree of exploitation. So you find that the inventor needs the money badly enough, they may go to the point where they virtually sell their souls. And if the money people want to make the money bad enough, they may do other things. And so this is where advisors come in. So sometimes an inventor could benefit from technical advice. And that's important to advance the technology. But that's going to require financing. And so financial advisors come into the play as well. Now, what's interesting about financial advisors is that generally speaking, they just want a piece of the pie. And what pie is that? Well, the pie that the financial advisor wants is a piece of your pie if you're the inventor. And your pie is the whole pie. You have the whole pie, and now you want to share a piece of the pie. And so the financial advisor is happy to take a piece of that pie. And so these advisors can also come in the form of directors of the company that facilitates the marketing. So this is all part of shareholding. And what is very interesting, of course, is that there needs to be some kind of regulation. So in other words, there has to be an audit trail to make sure that the money is used properly. So for that purpose, we have chartered accountants. And then we also have financial regulators. And then we have something called free trade. And the thing about it is that all of these are unfinished sentences and unfinished descriptions because they have no relationship. They have no context. The implication is that there would be an integrity. And so what is comical about this situation, and I use that word loosely, is that the financiers want a piece of the pie. And so their contribution is in kind. You see, without the inventor, there is no pie. And so what is so funny that is the inventor made the pie, and the financier can only make a piece of the pie. And at no point in time can the financier make the whole pie. Unless you have a vulture investor whose main purpose is to steal the pie. What's the reason for stealing the pie? And the reason for it could be that the pie is affecting other pies that the investor is not happy about. Let's look at these investors and what the limitations are of the investor. The investor does not have the technology and does not have the emotional attachment to the technology. The investor has the emotional investment and connection to the money. So it's an indirect. And the limitations of having the emotional connection to the money is not restricted to that particular investment. So in other words, the investor can be invested in multiple technologies. So this is different from the inventor, because the inventor is emotionally attached to their technology. So this is kind of unfair. And you say, well, you are emotionally attached to your technology, so you have the whole pie. And we as investors are only interested in a part of that pie. So to make it fair, then we will try and bring together a whole bunch of pies, and we're just going to take a bit of each pie, and collectively that becomes our own pie. And okay, well, that's a balance of incentives. It's a complete balance of incentives where the investor has what they want and the inventor has what they want. But you see, the thing is that we're talking about an emotional connection to a physical existence. And so we all understand what gold fever is all about. In North America, a popular football team is the 49ers from San Francisco. And we're not talking about the 1949ers. We're talking about the 1849ers. In 1849, when they had the gold fever in California. And we've had gold fever in various countries all over the place. And another place in North America is Alaska. And then we also had copper. And I believe that's in Montana. So miners like to dig because they dig for the gold. And so they become kind of like owners of not a technology, but of a mine which allows them to dig. And so as technology is seeking investors, diggers also seek investors. And so the profiteers are either going to profit from the investment in the technology, or they're going to profit from the investment in the mine. And so the balance of incentives always comes down to the advantage of the circumstances. And if the circumstances aren't correct, which all depends on who is feeding whom, it could end up being a Ponzi scheme. And so one of the biggest scandals on the stock exchange happened many years ago in Canada, and it involved a gold mine, which dropped dramatically from a value of about $100 down to nothing in a matter of a week. And the interesting thing was that there were a lot of people of substance and respect in their field, experts who were involved. And it's not the first time this has happened. And there were other cases in North America. We had the financial problems in 2008, 2009. And what was interesting there, and I say interesting loosely, was that there was a lot of fudging going on. And who was doing this fudging? And it happened to be the well-respected chartered accountants. And what is alarming about all of this, to me anyway, because I had a circumstance and where I was taken advantage of because I didn't understand the rules of the game. But what is alarming is that the people who are in charge of maintaining, shall we say, decorum, they are still in charge today. They did not go to jail. There were no charges against them laid. The people who were auditing these circumstances were caught. And these well-respected companies, and I won't name them, are still working today. The victims of these circumstances were the investors, but not the vulture investors, but the shareholders who got involved without their knowledge, into profiteering, technology theft, technology suppression, or outright Ponzi schemes. And it all involved the fudging of accounts. And when you look at the consequences, unfortunately, it seems like there were no consequences to the perpetrators. And this kind of violates the universal law of direction of flow and the strength of flow, where you have a connection of various elements. And in order to maintain this connection, there has to be a flow that allows the energy to come in and the energy to go out. So if the investment comes in, then something has to come out. And so what a lot of people like to do is they like to take advantage, and they say, well, you know, if I put the money in, then there will be a greater motivation, a greater synergy. And so there's an implication that the benefit of this will have a diminishing return as it gets more and more diluted. So in other words, the investment gets diluted because the money is used for various purposes, and the number of people who benefit from this also gets diluted because as the company grows, it'll have more shareholders. However, if there is no replenishment, then you can clearly see that the strength of the flow will diminish unless something changes. So we like to play games, and so I talked about a few weeks ago about musical chairs. And what was wrong with that game was that we started with 8 players, and as the circle of chairs got smaller and smaller, there were less players. But that's not the way the energy fields work. Those players are still in play. If the field gets smaller, there has to be an accommodation. And this accommodation creates a certain kind of pressure. So in the form of a shareholding, that pressure is to make money. And it's to make money for the investor, is to make money for the inventor, and of course is to make money for the shareholder. So here we have a field, and we have 8 players, but only 7 can remain on the outside field, and we have to go to an inner field, so one gets carried over. Because there's nowhere to go. You're still there. So there's pressure. The thing is, another 8 players come in. And so that creates more pressure. But the thing is, you can only have 6 on the next field. So 2 have to move. That's increasing the pressure. And now more come in, another 8 players. But you could only have 5 on that field. And so 6. So 3 have to jump. 4 have to jump. It's more pressure. You're taking out more rings. And you can see where this is going, because something's going to have to give. So either this thing is going to collapse or synergy will develop. And so as the energy comes in and creates this mag-rav positioning, then there has to be a product, there has to be a profit, there has to be a continuity. And so you find that there's a buildup of energy. And so to understand this is to understand the plasma science, because what you see is the direction of flow, and what you see is the strength of flow, but what you don't see is the connection, because the connection is coming from different fields. The only connection that you see is from the first physical fields. And so when we look at the cups of life, what we see are the physical connections to the physical elements. What we don't see is the magnetical field and the gravitational field. And we know that it's there because we have another relationship of the same construction method, but different elements. And so one is emotional and one is physical. So there's another relationship. But each of these cups of life create a Gans. And so that Gans came from somewhere. And we know that we produced it. So it's the same thing. You have a technology and you have the investment, and then you have a product. But in the form of a basic shareholding, you only have a physical manifestation. But in the cups of life, well, you have a cup of soul, you have a cup of the earth, and you have a cup of inertia as well. And each of these cups create a magnetical field and a gravitational field and a soul field. And the combination of these cups create a magnetical, gravitational, soul field interaction. And you know that the Gans came from somewhere, and that is one energy level. And then you look at there's a hole in the Gans, and you say, well, wait a second, has that energy disappeared? Or is the source of that energy now transparent? Because there's a hole in the Gans. And if that hole is your soul, then is there a hole in the soul? Or is the soul in the hole? So we have a relationship between energy that has vanished or the source of the energy, which is now transparent. And so it's a thing. When you have two forces coming together, you have either a universal harvesting, which is important because you have to enhance yourself, or there is a louche harvesting, which involves a consumption. So what do we mean by consumption? Well, we discussed this in the past, where you could create a technology, and the success of that technology is the welcoming into the commercial environment. And to enhance that commercial environment, you have to apply a certain kind of quality. The assumption is that they would be a very good quality. And then you find that over a period of time, to increase the value, you need to increase the consumption. And so there's two ways to do that. Not only, but one is to reduce the quality, so you build in the obsolescence. And then there's the other way, and that is to sabotage the organization, which is the same thing. It creates a consumption. And when we do this with a product, you know, that's a sad state. But when we do this with humanity, that is a problem of a higher order. And we call that loosh harvesting, because it's the robbing of energy from the soul of another. And so many times, if the emotional attachment of the inventor to that particular product is so strong that the loss of that technology would drain the soul. And what the inventor has to realize is that that technology is physical. And there is no prerequisite to sell your soul for the technology. There is a prerequisite to obeying the laws of the universe. And those who are involved with loosh harvesting are pointedly disobeying the laws of the universe. And so this becomes a point of conflict. And we say, well, the point of conflict is really a conflict of interest. So the inventor has an interest in the product, and the investor has an interest in the product only so far as it provides a financial benefit to the investor. And of course, the investor creates a vehicle for the shareholders who want the same thing. They want to benefit financially from the invention. And so do the shareholders care about the inventor? Do the shareholders care about the invention? Do the shareholders care about the investors? Because they only have a small piece of the pie. So their interest is only a small piece. And their interest duration could be only as long as they maintain that shareholding. So in other words, they could sell that shareholding. And then they would maybe be interested in buying another shareholding. And it raises another question. What would happen if the shareholder only had a pie? He wouldn't have to worry about all this other stuff. He would just have to concern himself with making sure that the pie is whole and the pie is stable. And so the shareholder could assume the position of inventor and then examine the point of view and see how that changes the game. And so either way, as the inventor or as a shareholder, you find that two forces come together. Well, when those two forces come together, is it a partnership? So we find that when the neutron breaks up into the proton-electron combination, what we call a basic atom, we find that to maintain this atom, it has to follow the fundamental principle of the twinity. and that is the speed of rotation of the plasma of the electron, is dictated by the amount of the magnetic fields which are transferred from the large twin plasma of the proton to the plasma of the smaller twin plasma of the electron. So then the question becomes, in this particular context, is the inventor the proton and the shareholder the electron? Or is the investor the proton and the inventor and the shareholder the electron? Or why don't we get rid of the inventor and we'll just have the investors and the shareholders? Yeah. How about that? So now we see that we have what is the difference between the plasmatic reality and the physical reality. And therefore, what we have seen is the transmission, which is the verification point, the source, and the validation, which is the transition point from. So the verification point is the inventor, and the validation point is the shareholder who recognizes the work of the inventor. And the transmutation of this into a kind of existence creates a balanced maggraph, which is unseen. And the forces behind this are also unseen. So the guiding hand is in the vanishing point. And with the success is a confirmation. Now, what is the definition of success? So if we measure success by the money that is generated, then we can look at the confirmation of the success as being totally dependent on the money without any emotional connection to the verification point or the validation point, or you know what, even the point of existence. Okay, because that is on the transmutation side, the crossover to the vanishing point. So the question then for the shareholder is, what is the reality? And is the reality becoming transparent? And if you can see this reality, and you can see the hidden hand behind, then all of a sudden you take off the limitations. And so we find that the difference between the physical state and the plasmatic state is the relationship of the feeding and the feedback. So the invisible guiding hand in the back is the feeding hand, and the physical manifestation is the feedback hand. And there is a common denominator, and there is a dominant state. And which state are you? Or do you, as a shareholder, even matter? And if energy is a dilution of the various plasma charges, and this is what creates the spice of life, because each one is individual. And this individuality is manifest in the form of a spirit. And so the spirit, although it's indomitable, is indomitable in the strength that is fed from the soul. So when we're talking about souls, we're talking about the default soul, the default soul energy pack, which feeds the spirit. And so the energy of the spirit has to have a feedback mechanism. And so now we understand the difference between the universal cup, which is the feeding mechanism, and the stacker unit, which is the feedback mechanism. And so this is the difference between the dynamic transfer state and the physical destination state. And the way we invest our energies is very sad indeed. We need a lot of target practice. Because as they say, a sucker is born every day. And so you, the sucker, you are the magravs, and you are the converter of the feeding energy. And which are you dependent on? Are you absorbing in gravitationally and then absorbing more in gravitationally? Or are you feeding out magnetically? Or are you feeding out more magnetically? Or are you a provider? Are you a facilitator? So what we have to figure out is our position, because we see that our soul is our gravitational position and our physicality is our magnetical position. And there is a point of conversion. There's a hidden hand. And so the energy that we have, the energy that we create, is not always converted in its totality, but there's a limit. And so that energy disappears. But more energy comes in. And so that energy appears. So the point of conversion of this energy is the marriage between the vanishing point and the point of transparency. And we have skills to learn. And so there's a lot of emotion that's attached to it. And so we have some questions. And when we look at the limitations of our soul, some of those limitations are the feeding system, which involves the emotion of the soul of man, and our feedback system, which involves the emotion of the soul of the body. And so there's a tugging that goes back and forth. And we as an independent variable have to have the skill to be able to maintain our presence. And so our presence is based on the emotion of the past and the emotion of the future. So the emotion of the past can say, well, I made money or I lost money. And so the emotion of the future is, I don't need money or I need money. And so then the emotion of the presence becomes a manifestation of that emotion. But there's a conversion to the physicality. And that physicality involves the conversion of principal matter. And you are that principal matter where you have the magnetical feeding of the PM ticks and the gravitational feedback of the magrav, which is involved with the feedback of the environment. And the connection there is the inertia, or what we call the field interaction. And so you have to understand that this field interaction is between each and every energy level. So when we look at the rate of change, we find that our feeding is our soul intention. And it's specific to our soul intention. But the feedback is from the environment. And so the feedback is specific to that environment. And so our action, being based on the emotion of presence, is a manifestation. Our presence of the physicality is also a manifestation. But the emotion is of a higher energy than the physicality. And so whether we become an investor or a shareholder, or whether or not we even care about the participants in there, is dependent on our emotion. And so if we understand the soul sequencing, and as we've stated before, we see a similarity where the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth attracts the soul of the man. That's us. We are the soul of the man, for we are the shareholders. And then the soul of the earth now can interact with the soul of the man, and that attracts the soul of the body. So the soul of the body becomes a shareholder. Okay. And now the soul of the earth plus the soul of the body can manifest itself physically into a body. That is the default pathway manifestation. And it is also a shareholder. And so we find that there's a disconnect for some. And so we have gifted to the US military, for the purpose of PTSD recovery, vision enhancement units, which are connecting the field of the plasma energy and the field of the soul. And therefore it's enhancing the soul, which in turn enhances the spirit, which in turn soothes the pain of being a witness to the chaos on this planet. And so sometimes we look at investors as being angel investors. But a real angel investor needs to also be an angel provider. And so it's not the fact that it's man-made, it's the role of man and how it works here. When we look at the vertical enhancement unit and the relationship of the horizontal enhancement unit, we see a cooperation that we don't see when we are only benefiting the shareholders at the expense of others. And we're only looking at the next dividend payment, which is intermittent, several times a year maybe. And so this is a binding energy creation because it's at the expense of others. And it also leads to, well, killing, jealousy, and kingship. We've talked about that. But suddenly this can disappear. And so we have an impetus, a momentum, something that is going to cause this to change. And we're going to follow the default pathway of disappearance, across this vanishing point. Because this vanishing point, you can understand better when you take the conditional feedback off and default to the unconditional feedback, and then check the difference, see what the difference is. And you can do this in another way. because I know a lot of you may be wasting your time here on a Sunday afternoon listening to these classes, but the condition is that you want to learn about the plasma science. Take that condition off and see what the plasma effect is. If you didn't have that, and if you're dependent on the investors and the financial advisors, how would you feel? Well, this is the question, and you provide the answer. And you will determine how sudden will be the rate of change. You see, because when we look at our essentials for life, physically, we're looking at the quality of the air, the quality of the water, the quality of the food, and the quality of the shelter. And so the feeders will provide this. But the terrorists choose to deny this. And for us, we need to have skills to determine what is the default position of each, and how can you tell which is which? Because when you look at a cup of tea, you don't know if it has sugar in it because the sugar is diluted. Well, that's the same thing when we look at the ceramic cups of life. The energy is diluted. You can't see that energy. The only thing that you can see is the result. And so the result follows the laws of the universe, which involves a morality. Yes, you need to have a morality because that is the essence of creation. If you don't have the morality, then you're not going to create anything except the kind of chaos that we have right now. So the universal laws of creation involve morality, compassion, and courage. And so that's the new formula. That's the new formula that allows us to cross the bridge of knowing and take us down the road to transparency, where we can see how the knowledge manifests. And we can make the connection between our soul, our spirit, and our physicality. And we understand not only how these are manifest, but then we can understand how the rest of the universe is manifest. And at that point, we can gain the insight that we need to have to understand how we can get into outer space and what the difference is between outer space and Earth space. And to understand that the connection is the plasmagen state, which is literally the inner space that allows us to transcend between the Earth space and the outer space. So this is the ultimate relationship, the magnetical gravitational balance, which leads to you as the maggraph. So you are the inventor, you are the shareholder, you are both. So scientifically speaking, the conservation of magnetical fields involves that which you have a physical manifestation and a plasma manifestation. And spiritually speaking, you know you have a physical manifestation, but you know that the source of that is the plasma manifestation. So what we're doing with the plasma science is adding to the knowledge of each of these sciences individually. And when we bring those two together, there will be a change. And what would be the rate of the change? It depends on our understanding of this relationship, this confusion between outer space and inner space. And we find that through all of these classes, and regardless of who the teacher is, we know that there's more. Our schemes are not big enough. We only concern ourselves with that which we can see and which we can touch. And so we make our decisions on what we invest in and what we become venture capitalists in emotionally, isn't it? Because it's usually a gut feel. Unless you want to be scientific about it and follow the advice of financial advisors. And what is the track record of these financial advisors? They only are risking a piece of the pie. Here's the pie. It's not an adventure. It's not a venture capital investment. It's an adventure capital investment, because this is where the past and the future meet. And seeing is believing. We are beyond the vanishing point, and we're coming into the point of transparency, where we see not only the fields of dematerialization, but as well the fields of materialization. You can't know the one without knowing the other. That is the science of relativity. And so there's a here, there's a there, and there's an in-between. And this in-between has a lot of questions, a lot of questions. And the fact that you know that you are there is the beginning of the answer to those questions. Because why is not the question, why is the answer? So now you can understand what manifestation is all about, because it's not only a stacker unit or a universal unit, it's the fields coming together to form another. And the formation of any field is a manifestation. And to create this field and to maintain this field, it has to be fed. And so it's the plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. And so this manifestation, yeah, it can be physical or it can be non-visible. So it can be plasmatic or physical, but in both cases, it's a reality. And so this reality is a manifestation. And regardless of the reality and regardless of the manifestation, that is a form artifact. So this is why the emotion of presence is a form artifact of the energy in motion. And so the energy in motion that affects the emotion of presence affects your position as a shareholder. And so when we look at the Universal Council, and this was the original creation of the Universal Council, and we find that this particular Universal Council was an earthbound council, and it had so many people there. And this particular gathering is so disappointing because these were the old original investors in the Universal Council, and they were all shareholders. But many were just gold diggers. And gold diggers in terms of wishing to profit, or gold diggers just wanting to be associated with the gold rush, the feeling of being a passenger. And that's what was so disappointing, because most of them are gone, vanished. And when you look at the Universal Council, we now have to understand that this Universal Council is not just the members that we see in Earth space, because it's a Universal Council. It's not an Earth Council. It's not an Earth Space Council. It's a Universal Council. So therefore, there are other beings who are part of this council. And so if we can bring these two together and say there's a connection between the Universal Council, which is feeding, and the Earth Council, which is feeding back, Now we understand how the connection, the contiguous connection between the energies between inner space and outer space work. The limitations of the Universal Council, who are part of the universal community, may involve an inability to manifest into the physicality. And maybe we can assume that the Universal Council on the Earth side, on the Earth space, has a limitation of the inability to access the Universal Council of the outer space. We are at the point of crossing over. We are at the point of crossing over between inner space and outer space. And at the same time, the outer space becomes transparent to us. And in that process, we become connected. And so what we're saying is that shareholders have a responsibility. So each of the cells in your body is like a shareholder of you. But the director of that corporation is responding to an energy field, which is transferred through the PM ticks, and which if we don't understand how they work, we have to fudge it. And we call it radar love, because it comes from above. And how is it manifest? Well, we do have a peace stone. And as such, we all become investors in this peace stone. And how we do this is through an emotional transformation, where we cross over by going beyond the dream state and bringing in through the plasma dilution. And this is how we manifest the aminogen through the carbogen, through the plasmagen to the post-amino acid state. And we become awake to the possibilities and awake to the realities. And to understand that we have an additional skill, and that is that we are man-made. And the responsibility that goes with being man-made transcends the peace stone, because our feedback to the peace stone is our responsibility. And the responsibility of the Universal Council is to the peace stone as well. So we're talking about the greater oneness of all the plasma fields coming together and being able to cross over from the inner space to the outer space. And for what purpose? For the common good. The common good? Yeah, the common good. A novel concept. And so we find that the failings of us as humans, the failing to achieve this common goodness, is something that we are having to work on. But we can't take that on our own, because the universal community is also failing to do that. So this has to change, and it is changing. And the reason that it's changing is because the capability is changing. The technology is changing. So I complain a lot about the Canadian contingent. And I'm talking in general terms, because we're getting very, very close to the May 24 weekend, and I'm getting very nervous, you see, because we are part of the I Am Society. I am Canadian. and I am part of the common poverty. And why? Because they call it the May 24 weekend, because there's 24 bottles of beer in a case. And this is a really good case for us wanting to get drunk. Because this is where we are. We're in the state of ignorance. And if you're ignorant, as in unaware, well, now you are aware. But if you're ignorant, as in aware, but unwilling, there's a difference. There's a difference between not being able to cross the bridge of knowing, or you don't want to cross the bridge of knowing. And so the state of ignorance becomes a state of corruption, where you as the auditor are caught fudging the books, and you're still able to continue with that practice. And for all the chartered accountants out there who are responsible to their profession, I'm not talking about you. Because I know you might feel insulted. Unfortunately, we can't insult the ignorant. And so we have pandemics. It's time to get dirty. Time to see that we are so proud of our inventions, which are more than 100 years old. 100 years, like cell phones, electric cars, and healthcare. And we find that these accomplishments come under government regulations based in ignorance and cronyism, and they have crippled many scientific solutions to our current energy disaster. And it is a disaster because we all want to get back to normal. We all want to get back to normal. It's the majority that seek normality, and that normality is freedom and emancipation. The universe is normal. It's the earth that seeks freedom and emancipation, and that is where we are. We are the magnetical residue, the residue from our point of attraction and repulsion, which is the gravitational magnetical interaction that allows us to be independent variables, each and every one of us, to interact in an interdependent universe, to be able to reach one through the emotional transformation, and then be able to teach one and have one nation, one planet, one universe. And so one of the ways we can do this physically in the stock market is to have a shareholding investment. And so we will be on the various stock exchanges. We are already in the New York Stock Exchange with Mark Ray, with the symbol RVBR. March 19th, a workshop, Making the Cup of Life, the New Plasma Science. Check this out. We want to share with you all. Isn't that what shareholders do? Isn't that what shareholders are about? Not to get a piece of the pie, but to contribute to the pie. And when you contribute to the pie with much joy, money is not part of this. And there's a club, the SRO Club, standing room only. And this club had 23 participants. It's not even a case. It's missing one short of 24. And in fact, the whole case is missing. There's no beer. This is the Investors Club in Brazil. I can't tell you how difficult it is to do this in Canada. It's not the ability to bring people together. It's very easy to bring Canadians together. All you have to do is to bring a case of 2-4. But in Brazil, these are the shareholders. And each one of them has their share, a cup of life. The cup of life of what? The cup of life on this planet. And these are the true shareholders. They don't need to be big moneyed investors. They don't need to be venture capitalists. They don't need to be financial advisors. They are invested through their soul, which manifests their emotional strength, which manifests the physicality through the peace stone. And you understand that we are all shareholders because our shareholding pie is the earth. And our piece of the pie is part of the universal community. We're all shareholders and we're all investors. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute has presented plasma science. And this episode, we're calling all Earth shareholders, both near and far. The Earth shareholders involve the Earth community and the universal community, all members of the Universal Council. The World Peace Treaty is part of all communities. Sign it physically, sign it with your emotion, and sign it with your soul, because the physical and emotional transformation rate depends on the source and the balance of the feeding and feedback systems. So the default position only listens to the universal language. That language is freedom, and that freedom depends on peace. That's why the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. And this is the end of today's class. Thank you so much for allowing me to present. I hope you enjoyed the trip.
Yes, we did, Alex. Thank you very much for beautiful knowledge sharing and more things for us to contemplate as we grow into the knowledge. And usually we ask here if there's anyone new for the first time. I was looking through the list. I don't think there are. If there are, please open your mic, tell us who you are and where you're from. And if not, then maybe we can open up to some questions or some discussions on the plasma technology or something Alex conveyed here. And of course, all the things you're showing in the physicality and the interaction of fields or between different ganses or reactors and things is all related to us, correct? As our soul can do exactly the same thing at a much, perhaps at a higher level of performance once we learn how to use it. And I was wondering, you know, Mr. Keshe said there were civilizations that just specialize in moving planets. And I think this past Thursday, he said there are civilizations that just specialize in amino acids. When we're giving from our soul, are there any amino acids created? Or is it just the field interactions, or would those field interactions also create amino acids? They seem to be very important. I know he said in protection and things, a lot of it is for the have lots of amino acids on hand, which I don't. So I would imagine I'm going to start collecting more just to have them on hand in case of need be. But when you're interacting on the soul level, are there amino acids being created? Would you think?
Of course there are. So the creation of the amino acids begs the question, is it a physical or a plasma manifestation? So in order to have a physical manifestation, you have to have a plasmatic reality first.
Mhm.
So in all cases, you have this plasmatic reality. And so your soul works on a plasmatic energy level. And so, yes, it does. And then that is such a good question because it explains exactly. Let's use an example here. And you brought it up twice today, and that has to do with the apparent physical danger that we have on this planet. So if our intention is to have our personal protection, I want to ask you a question. If you are wealthy, but you live in a poor community, are you still wealthy? Or if you are poor in a wealthy community, are you still poor? If you are able to protect yourself from the radiation and your neighbors are not, do you even have a community? In other words, the strength of the community is not based on the wealthiest. The strength of the community is based on the poorest. And I said this before. So if your community is not capable of paying for your goods and service, if they're not capable of paying for your invention, or they're not capable of paying for your company and its existence, then what is the source of your financing? So this is the reality, where we have a man-made construct of money. And so the game, whether we become shareholders or not, is based on how much money we make. And then through our greed, we also become victims of those who steal from us. So the victimization of the inventor and the victimization of the shareholder is the same. There is no protection of either. And so this is where the peace dome differs, because we are all shareholders in that. So if I'm a shareholder in the peace dome, you will benefit from that. And if you're a shareholder in the peace dome, well, your neighbor will benefit from that. And this is where we're at. And this is where the nervousness comes in, you see, because this philosophical change is going to have to manifest itself into the physicality. So instead of us being physically dominant, we have to understand that we need to be soul dominant. And so a lot of us know, so, oh, I'm very spiritual. I want to be a spiritual human being. This you want to be, you are already that. It's just a matter of you accepting that. And once you accept that, can you use that? So we don't have the skill in the majority of cases at this point in time. So we use these inventions, the Universal Enhancement Unit and the vertical and horizontal enhancement units. They help us through this. But that allows us to increase our technical ability. So if we have these technical limitations on this planet, as you said, the universal community also has technical limitations. And so as much as we want to believe that, we are going to protect you and, we are here to preserve the human race to the best of their ability, yes. But we have come to the point where the enterprise is crashing. And not enough of us are aware of the crashing because we don't hear the sound of the crashing. And we don't see the effects of the crashing. So in order for us in our limited state, our physical state, the lowest energy level state, we need more of a disaster. We are already morally bankrupt, and we are already financially bankrupt. But we are not bankrupt enough to come to the point to be doing something about it. The difference between being a shareholder passenger or a shareholder participant, a shareholder navigator, what we call a director. And we don't need a lot of money to invest. And once we invest it, we don't need a lot of money to reinvest. Although the shareholding benefit would be to benefit and share with other shareholders. And that becomes the product we call synergy, where 1 and 1 is more than the combination of the two. And how much more? Well, there's no limitation. Over to you, Mark.
Yes, we all have thought or think that wealth is in the pocket, but we've been told that the wealth is in the knowledge of the universe, as opposed to the money. And this is how the universal community operates, on these wishes and on these emotions and intentions to create things. And so if we follow that example, I'm sure we have a quicker way, perhaps, or a stronger way of elevating the souls that need elevating.
So can we change one word, please?
Sure.
Perhaps. Perhaps you were born, Mark? Would that be accurate? Or are you sure that you were born?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was born.
Okay, so there's nothing to be humble about that. You were born.
By all indications, yes.
Yeah. And as such, you were born on Earth. So as such, by default, you are an Earth shareholder.
I think we all are. We just haven't realized it. That's why everyone's here today. It's that they feel there's something going on, and at the soul level, I think. And it's bigger than ourselves, but we're collectively all a part of it. As
Oh, beautiful. Wow.
we've learned, we've made an agreement to be here at this particular time and place to help bring it in, or maybe we're just the early pioneers And things will happen later on, but we're just part of that whole process, I think. And that's why the souls are here today. They know there's a bigger picture than the matter state. And so they're here for maybe even sacrificing themselves. I don't mean killing yourself. I just mean to give, to be part of the change for the futures, that people in the future will have a better existence on this planet for you giving or sharing, teaching, or whatever we do, elevating the others from our souls. So whether we see it or we don't see it, I think it's we're still part of the process. As we just saw Victor, who has gone, but he's still part of the process, or Sandor, they're still part of the process. They've added fields and intentions and teachings and so on. So they played a part for a certain amount of time, or we look at it time that way. But we're all here, I think, for the same reason, even though we want things to happen yesterday. As we see delays do come into the picture. So we just are persistent. We do what we can do, and we'll move on from here to another cycle.
Can I say something here?
I don't see why not.
Hi, everyone. My understanding and my point of view, we are manipulated by others a long, long time. So this is that time we have to change. And we came here to get our freedom. So it is not only physical fight, there is different level of fight we are fighting. So we are fighting for our freedom. And that is the main point. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said.
And of course, as more of the soul of the collective becomes apparent to us, I think changes will happen faster and more immediate once we reach this level of the collective awareness. Most people are not even aware of this knowledge or their own capabilities or their souls. So it's the collective awareness, and by giving, and of course, giving from your soul, it's not giving things, will create this position of change. He said, no other thing.
If I can add, Mark, so you understand that this shareholders meeting was last week in Brazil. And most of you who've seen Friday's broadcast on the Brazilian network seen this presentation. And I couldn't help getting emotionally overwhelmed by this presentation, because what you have to first of all see is that it's a gathering of people, ordinary people. And second of all, it's a gathering at someone's home. And third, it was supposed to be only 16, I believe. And then 20 showed up. And so they were allowed in. But there were 3 came outside and standing. They were unannounced and they were meant to come in. And so they were allowed to come in. So really, it was standing remotely. And I can't see this happening right now in Canada or the US for that matter. Not to say that it doesn't happen, but you know, honestly, if to come to a plasma meeting here in Canada, it is so difficult to organize that this kind of success, it just I'm so envious of this success. It's amazing. And it is not 23 times more successful than we are in Canada. There's a multiplier effect that comes in. You see, because the inspiration for this meeting comes from 23 different souls, not one. And so it becomes, if one is successful in drawing another 22, then 23 altogether next week would also be capable of drawing another 22. So it becomes a multiplier effect. And this is where the pressure comes in. You see, because they can only do so much physically. And then, so what they've done is they've created a MAGRAV condition collectively. And that's where the Investors Club is. And they want to share. But the profiteering will not come from their exclusivity. Their profiting will come from the sharing of their knowledge, so that this Investors Club will grow. The growth of the Investors Club will not dilute the investment. It will enhance the investment. And you know what? It'll enhance it by an order of magnitude. How sweet it is. Congratulations to the Brazilian community. Congratulations to Raphael and his team. This is the dividend.
Thank you.
Yes, I think the souls are working together, even though we don't see as many numbers here as we do in some of the other meetings around the world, but we're just leaving it to the souls that are working in the background, even though the physicalities are not here yet. I think we're just maybe growing at a slower pace, but we're growing in a way as the souls are communicating, and nothing is hidden from the souls, as I'm understanding it. Freed had put something nice into the chat. And the earth turns once in 24 hours. So the peace dome fields are spread around the world anyway. Yes, apparently the spraying of the dome and hitting the ground, and they're being spun just like in a dynamic reactor. And they've done a lot of this in Brazil, and they've done a lot in China, they've done a lot in Iran, and maybe we haven't done as much here in the United States, but we're getting there. Over time, we'll start to increase our numbers, I'm sure, especially when we start to see things coming out of Arizona and a few of the other, let me just mute that, okay. A few of the other locations, and maybe that's what it's going to take. A lot of people need to see something first, and then they'll be part of it. But we know we're believing without actually seeing. I believe it all about the universal unit, the vertical units, the emotional and brain enhancement system. Even though it's beyond my understanding and some of my beliefs, I do confirm it to myself that this technology is absolutely real. And we're probably participating in it, as Mr. Keshe said. When you dream, your soul is traveling across the universe. So we're already doing many of these things. We've made wishes as young people or older people. So it's working the same way. That's just the way I'm seeing things. So the souls will come together at the right time. And we're probably laying some of the groundwork right here, right now, with your teaching and others who come in to share. when the time is right, they will appear. But it is beautiful, and we congratulate all those in Brazil for all the hard work, as Mr. Keshe said, they've been doing, especially with the Cup of Life and so many workshops and other things. So yes, we'll grow. It's inevitable, I would say. And that's why we're here, just to elevate the others, whether we see it, as I said, or not. It's almost like, in a way, the tomato gets eaten just to elevate your soul and gives up its physicality. And I think it's very similar to what we're doing. Nikolai, you have your hand up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello,
Loud and
everybody. Thank
clear.
you, Alex. That was
Welcome.
wonderful. I was having a moment on Thursday's teaching with the realization that I hadn't had before, and or perhaps it was in pieces. And I had a long break, I guess I would call it, from being in the foundation, and I took time in my own space because I couldn't find a way to share this knowledge, and it was very frustrating. And Alex, I know exactly what you mean by what you said earlier in sharing this knowledge in Canada, and it is challenging. But I've returned, and I'm happy to be back amongst all of you. And I had a realization about the MagRav units on Thursday night, and I wanted to perhaps share this, and maybe many of you have come to this realization too.
Do you want a white screen?
No, I think I can explain it
Go ahead.
if need be. What came to me was in regard to the vertical enhancement unit. When we saw the picture after the break, or during the break, with Rick playing the different advertisements, and we see the unit positioned between the legs, between the feet, and what looks like two pads kind of left and right of the MagRav unit where I would imagine the feet would be. And what struck me for the first time was the positioning. And what we learned from Tesla's teachings was that the atmosphere of our planet has a huge potential for energy if it can be transmitted to the surface. He had suggestions of doing this with a balloon and a long wire, for instance, and that the potential would be huge and massive amounts of energy could be drawn from this space. Well, Mr. Keshe taught us that we have the structure, that we have the soul within the structure of our brain. And the MagRav unit below us at our feet. So in the vertical enhancement unit, it struck me that our position and the position of our soul is to feed the MagRav unit and not the reverse. To create a condition of giving from our souls to the field at our feet. And in doing so, we create that feedback loop back into the body, which becomes, in a way, in between. That was it. Thanks for the bell.
I don't know where the bell came from. Alex?
I think Alex.
Okay.
Oh, I
That's
get
my
blamed
guess.
for everything.
I see Kay has his mic open. I muted you earlier, Kay. Kay?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is by mistake. Can you hear
No
me?
problem. Yes, yes.
I'm
thank
hearing
you.
you. My apologies. Just done by mistake. Sorry.
No
sorry.
problem. No problem. Does anyone else want to come in with something they'd like to share? And again, thank you very much, Alex.
I have something I'd like to add in, please.
Okay.
It's very important for us to understand man-made law and how it's different from universal law. And I didn't want to bring this up in the presentation, but you know, the marriage between shareholders, investors, and inventors and directors is a corporation. And so our cities are organized as corporations, and we find our countries are also organized as corporations. And so the rules of a corporation are basically the same insofar as the directors of the corporation are not restricted to being directors of only that corporation. And so this is one of the things that it took a long time for me to learn, was that as a Canadian, I am a shareholder in the Corporation of Canada. But I'm not a director. The directors have my proxy, and that proxy is my vote. So I am not directing the Canadian country. The politicians are directing the Canadian country, but they are making the decisions, you know, based on their responsibility as a shareholder. So many times they say, well, the corporation has to, you know, answer to the shareholders. Yeah, once a year or a couple of times a year by issuing dividends. But the rest of the time, the directors are pretty well, you know, directing the company. And the thing about it, as I say, they're not restricted to just being directors of that company. So as a shareholder of Canada, I, you know, see an emotional attachment in that relationship. And as a inventor, I believe that I would have the same emotional attachment. And so we see investors invest in that company who have no emotional attachment, not to the inventor, not to the technology or product, not even to the business. So we find that it is possible for directors to be members of different companies that may or may not be compatible. But when you look at the diversity of the plasma science and you see how that it transcends various fields, and so you can see that shareholders who are locked into a small field, say for instance, a mining field, you know, may feel threatened, or they're involved with a health field, they may feel threatened. And that threat concern increases if, for instance, they are a shareholder in both fields. Because if there's a perceived threat to both fields, then that perceived threat would double. And so you can imagine a shareholder who is involved with many, many fields of interest, what they call a portfolio or a hedge fund. a hedge fund being a gathering of various investments. So there is no loyalty to any one of these investments, because at any one time, with the probability being that the majority of those investments will be successful, and the measurement of that success is based on money. And so the gamble is that the majority of these investments will outweigh any losses. And if there are losses, then those losses need to be cut. And so there's no emotional attachment to those losses. They get cut immediately. And so what kind of shareholders are these people? Because they have no emotional attachment, not to the investor, not to the technology, not even to the company, not even to the shareholders of that company. They are invested in themselves as investors. And so the only criteria for them to be investors is their own needs. And so they don't become really shareholders, as in contributing to the benefit of the company, but as leeches, as exploiters of that company. And they are mixed in with the rest of us. So if you don't understand the rules and you say, well, I am emotionally attached to this particular technology, and then you find that there is a problem with that technology that was created through a manipulation that was not favorable, or through an exploitation. And it, it really challenges your morality. So it's like keeping a plant, or keeping a pet, or even keeping a child. If you want to look after your child, you will do whatever you can to make sure that that child flourishes, and you are emotionally attached. But if you're emotionally detached and you say, okay, with respect to life, I am prepared to preserve some life and sacrifice some other life. So at what point do you decide what you preserve or what you, shall we say, discard? So in other words, if I grow a plant, which is a vertical soul, in order to harvest that soul, I would kill it. And then you're a farmer, you can grow a crop, or you can farm animals. And so you are caring for those animals until the point where you take them to the slaughterhouse, at which point you divest yourself of that emotional attachment. So when you harvest your crop, prior to selling the crop, you have an emotional attachment, so you divest the emotional attachment. Well, what is the difference between divesting emotionally from the crop or divesting emotionally from the animal? And so let's go one step further and say, well, if I can't see the difference between divesting from the attachment to the crop, and I can't see the detachment, the emotional detachment from divesting from the animal, is it possible then that I may not see the emotional attachment and the problems thereof if I divested myself from my own family? And so in all three cases, quite literally, we violate one of the universal principles of thou shalt not kill. So at what point does that rule come into play, or at what point does that rule become disregarded? And so if we treat crops like a commodity, and if we treat cattle or animals like a commodity, do we also treat people as a commodity? And so you have to look at the shareholders, and you find that, well, if I have a product and it benefits humanity, it would sell itself. No, that is a fallacy. That is something that they teach you in business school, but that's not the reality. The reality is that when you have people living on the street, or you have people who are homeless, or you have people who are below the poverty line, the solution to that is to purchase military weapons, because the value of the military weapon outweighs the value of the humanity. So who is making that investment? And so you see that if you have no emotional attachment to the humanity, then you can certainly make that investment. So it takes a long time to build something, but it only takes us an instant to blow it up. And is that something to be proud of? Some people seem to think so. But if you understand the interaction emotionally, and then you understand, well, if there's a relationship between the physical manifestation and the emotional attachment, then you will understand that there is a interaction between the emotional manifestation and the soul attachment. Not only, and I say not only because we're only talking about 3 dimensions, and we didn't say which 3 dimensions. And if below, then so above. And so you find that the universal community has the same problem. And this is the awareness that we're having. As long as we're not aware of that particular problem, that we see ourselves as inferior. And nothing makes us more inferior than when we are governed by someone who has an Oedipus Rex complex, or someone who has an inferiority complex. Because the easiest way for the role of man to be superior is to exercise their authority physically. And that is a scheme that is of the smallest nature. So if you extrapolate the results of that scheme, you will find that it leads straight to bankruptcy. Physical bankruptcy, financial bankruptcy, moral bankruptcy, and the bankruptcy of the soul. And if we understand that the soul is eternal, then this becomes a really, really bad investment. I don't care which way you slice it. So by increasing the size of our schemes, we can take enough into account and understand that there's more. And now that we know there's more, then the question becomes, how much money do we need to be investors in this new technology? And the answer is very simple. It's less than a case of beer. I don't know how much less, it doesn't matter. It's pocket change. And we all have a total disrespect for our pocket change, don't we? Because we give it easily. We have a new casino in town. I'm proud to announce. This is something that we need very badly. So I'm glad that someone has taken the time and effort to bring that to our community. I'm being sarcastic. I hope everybody figures that out. And then, but anyway, you create that which you wish to manifest, and that has to be truthful. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, they usually end up looting the community rather than paying out. And that's, of course, why they're in business. I know Randy said he was going to gather some pictures. I don't know if anyone would like to show any of their work, but I could show one thing or a few things. This is just a plant on a table. I think this is probably the most success I've had with the plasma technology. And again, I did nothing but add a little bit of water to these plants. And they're probably 9 months old, maybe. I started with one. I've given away many of them. The mother one is in another room. So I probably have 12 of these, 13. I'm actually starting to grow some bamboo. And they're just getting started. We took it off another plant, but you can take this and just extend it right out into the garden. These are
Take over the screen, Mark.
Oh, sorry. I didn't. Let me just share this picture here. Thanks, Alex, for reminding me. But anyway, this is just some spider plants. Very simple. I bought one probably 3 years ago. And from there, it started offshooting, and I planted some and given away many. And like I said, I probably have 12 or 13 of these around in the home. And very easy success by just adding the CO2, the cup of life, some zinc once in a while, tap water. Not a lot of care to them, but yet they look so beautiful. They're about 5 feet away from a window. And that's probably why you see them sort of angling this way. And also by having the water in the Yan's water, it's radiating out some fields. And it's creating a nice environment. So I'm feeding the plants, but the plants are also feeding back to me. They're showing their beauty, and I really think you can see the beauty there. So I would encourage everyone who has a plant or has a small garden to start adding some of the Gans water or some of the energy, and the plants just simply love it without a lot of fuss or having to make anything. They just percolate all on their own, and most of them look exactly like this. A couple of them I have over a heater. They seem to be a little bit dwarfed, probably because when I have the heater on, I don't move them. That would be a little bit of too much to do.
Mark, such a great picture. Do you see the dynamic plasma fields?
Oh, sure. You could see it. So they're coming out of the north and curling back around to the south, perhaps. But these little dishes are very important too underneath it. You actually put the water here. Sometimes I'll water them from the top, but most of the time, this one's in a container. I just put the water on the side and allow the plant to take it up itself for whatever it needs. So that's just one of the little projects, but it's very simple and easy success with the plasma technology. We're also playing a little bit we haven't made any CH3 in a while. This has been my first attempt after about a couple of years or more. And I'll just bring up the other two. And this is the initial stage where you have the mesh wire, which is iron coated with zinc. And this is at the 0.9% solution. And that is the salt content of the body and the soul of the man. So my idea here is to collect these amino acids, which you seen forming on the top, and try to curb hunger, just another way for myself, or perhaps to feed the neighbors. I don't know what is coming, but we know that this carbon here, 12, that's produced in the CH3 box is very close to the C14, and it's also linked to the iron. And this will help to curb hunger. So that's another little project, very simply done, easy to do. A nano-coated plate probably takes the longest, but I'm going to create some more CO2 and some zinc, which I've never made. I actually purchased from Arizona, but not John, other people in the area that probably knew John and were selling certain products. And I'm going to make some of my own zinc and collect the amino acids. As we heard Mr. Keshe earlier saying, you need quite a bit of amino acids if you're, in case anything would happen. And if I go to the last picture, we're also playing a little bit with some energy. And again, Mr. Keshe says we're just going, this is kind of an Alex bead here and a 9-volt battery, but he said we're going for the crumbs when we're trying to produce or save a little energy in our homes rather than going for the cake as far as the MagRav systems go. So we're doing a little playing in the background. Again, I think the most success was with the plants, but we're working on other areas as well. I'm going to try to curb my hunger a little bit better. Not that I need to as far as weight, but just the idea that we want to be able to survive and live probably more healthy by just feeding on more fields than more matter state, even though I was brought up that you need the meat and potatoes and the rest of it. And that's sort of inculcated into you because, you know, your mother told you that. And obviously, most people are usually very close to their mothers and their advice. And obviously, she gave birth to you. So, but we're learning a new way now and a different way to understand the universe and what we can do and what we're capable of doing, and also providing for the others. So I just thought I'd share those few pictures just to let everyone know that we are doing a little bit of research and discovery. And that's one of our problems, Mr. Keshe said. We lack knowledge, but we also lack experience in the lab. And as Alex from Nigeria has also said, you know, sometimes it's very easy to draw things and to explain things, but when you get into any sort of lab work, it's not as easy to do. But that's, again, probably due to our lack of understanding of this knowledge, because it is a huge, huge amount of knowledge. Elizabeth has said, anybody use aluminum GANs to produce electricity? And again, I'm not here to produce electricity or gold. I've been wishing for peace for quite a number of years, even though I tried to achieve it in the matter state with energy systems such as nuclear power and water systems and agricultural and so on, and then trying to increase the energy flux per population or per individual, and that would give man more power in the universe. But we're finding it's a totally different way. I was always working in the matter state and losing more of the battles because people just didn't want to share all the food or the energy. We do have capabilities to do that. But now I've seen in the plasma way, it's much, much better to work in that sort of direction. Alenka? Okay. And much more effective. as we collectively start to work with our souls together. And I think that's the way the foundation and the future teachings are going to start to track. Mr. Keshe has been hinting about it, just started teaching about the soul, and basically has only scratched the surface on this. So I'm looking forward to the units coming out so we can experience. I have a vision of seeing a lot of people in space, or a lot of entities in space. We thought it was empty. I think we're going to see it's quite full. And maybe even recognizing some of the universal council or universal community who are here on this planet as well.
I'm ready to share whenever you're done, Mark.
Go right ahead, Randy, and take the screen, please.
By the looks of it, next week we'll be able to go to Alex's for a little moonshine and lots of pie. So it's going to be a very interesting meeting next week.
By invitation only?
Probably.
No, it's open. You know, just make sure you bring a case of beer, though.
Okay, can everybody see that?
Sure can.
Okay, on the left is CUO. I bought a DC power supply, and I'll tell you, it was a real battle getting this thing to set properly to the voltage and amperage I wanted. I found out that by taking the solution farther down and taking the solution out so more of the plate was exposed, it stabilized. And that one I set up 2 days ago, so we're going to leave it for a month and see what happens. On the right-hand side, you'll see my cup 2, and these are 8-liter containers, and it's an LED system. And there's a picture of on the bottom left-hand corner of the GANs that one produced, and that sat for about 3 weeks. So when you make these big containers and you have an LED, you're going to learn patience. It takes a long time to do it. This sits in front of one of my living room windows, so it gets the moon energy, the sun, and these are all thin copper plates. So I've got a nano-coated plate in the middle and 2 copper plates on the outside. I tried thicker plates, like 3 times the thickness, didn't produce it. I went back to the very, very thin pure copper plates. If you're going to use copper plates, wash them with vinegar and soak them in vinegar overnight, and then just air dry them. I put them out in the sun and dried them, and then I nano coated it. That works a lot better. So I'll stop sharing.
It's an interesting blue color you have there. I haven't.
Yes, it's a beautiful color.
With that color.
And it's funny, I thought I'm going to get green GANs, but once I let it filter down, and it was blue. So that's quite interesting.
That's what he said about the 5-stacker as well. You'll be seeing some different color ganses that you haven't seen before, perhaps. I don't know if anyone wanted to share anything about that stacker. I've never put any salt in my stacker. Because I thought in space there's probably not any salt. I didn't think the wires were needed either, but I did include the wires in there.
That's interesting. I haven't built a 5-stacker yet.
It's ready to go though, and adding the salt if we need it. Alex, thank you. So those are just little things that we're working on. And of course, we're transmuting elements. We're gravitating different things within these different boxes. And I thought it was Mospec who said there was about 22. Myrna, oops, I'll just mute you. I think he said there was 22 elements. I know in the second book, he was talking about, I think, 6 elements, and that was in 2010. But there's formic acid, there's zinc, there's CO2, there's methyl, there's methane being converted, CH4. So there's a tremendous amount of things just going on in the CO2 box, and that's what he was referring to earlier. If we had any need for protection, was to use, one of the things was the CO2. And of course, your neighbors as well.
Mark, can I just take a moment to thank everybody for coming today and allowing me to present and for participating in this meeting. I just want to take a point to sign off here.
Very good.
And thank you for your continued efforts here. I don't ever want to underestimate the contribution that you and all the knowledge seekers are making to make this meeting a success.
Yeah, well, it's the souls who are driving it, I would think. I think the physicality sometimes wants to say, no, I want to do something else, but we know what's more important. And a lot of the physicality that we think is important is not that important. But yes, it's been a little bit of a struggle to get people on board, but I'm just leaving it up to the souls to decide. When the time is right, they'll appear. And they're already here, like I said, it's just the stubborn physicality that doesn't seem to want to move in the right direction. But again, I'm leaving judgment neutral on that.
I want to say a small story to Alex. Can I? Can you stay?
I'm here.
Yeah. It about me. When I was little girl, always I used to see a very different, nice dream. But when I was teenager, suddenly I started to see different kinds of dream.
When you were a teenager, you said, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm not going to explain, but Alex will understand what I'm saying. Maybe some of you understand, not everybody. So that time I was in the daytime, I am really tired, and the nighttime I am a soldier. I go for saving people, and then there is a whole night like the struggling, and at the morning I am so tired I can go to school a lot of time because the whole night I feel I didn't sleep. I'm tired, I have pain, this and that. So it's happened all my life, almost all my life, like 7 to 10 years ago. I used to saw when I came to America, and then I followed the Dolores Cannon, who lives in the Arkansas, used to, and then she died. So one of her teaching, I hear, if somebody doesn't want to participate any kinds of stuff, so they can stay in the dream or anywhere they can stay. I canceled the contract. So when I heard her teaching, so few days I told myself I contact the cancel, but I didn't understand what is going on. But I used to say that, and then suddenly the dream not totally stopped, but get less and less and less. After those kinds of things canceled, and then like 1 year or 2 years later, I heard those kinds of stuff happen in the earth, and it is real. I never understood this kinds of thing happen in the earth, and it happened. So after that 3 years, I was like a crazy, and then I controlled myself. Now I'm okay, but I know the real story. A lot of you don't know the story of the earth, and we are all working for that, knowingly and unknowingly, and it is not safe talk this way, so I'm not gonna explain, but I think Alex understand. What did I say? I feel his pain too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Earth is calling. We have to hear it. And we can't hear it with our ears because the Earth doesn't have a mouth to speak. But the Earth shows us. But we have a selective vision. We only see what we want to see. So we need to hear the calling and understand that, you know, we are, well, we are all shareholders in this. And the Earth is the, shall we say, the corporation. And so we have a fiscal responsibility for the Earth, but not as shareholders to just take the dividends, but the shareholders to make it grow and share with others. And so it transcends just the physicality of the Earth, and in fact transcends the plasma state of the Earth, the soul of the Earth. Because the universal community is having the same problem, and we never really gave much credence to that because we only see the point of view from our tiny perfect world. You see, the sleep is for the recovery of the physicality because of the inherent deficiencies that we have with respect to energy transfer. But the sleep is a liberation of the soul to allow it to prepare for the next day's activity, which is why when we go to sleep, the soul comes back in the morning. And it's very precise in its target shooting. It comes right back to our body. It doesn't go into another body. So as long as that connection remains in place, then the awake and sleep cycle becomes a manifestation and a preparation cycle. And in order for us to understand and to profit from this cycle, we have to understand that the manifestation is from the soul side, not from the physical side. So this point where we say, you know, this is who we are, and, you know, this is you and this is me, and we put a fence around it and say, you know, you keep yours and I'll keep mine, and, you know, keep your troubles in your backyard and don't bring me your troubles to my backyard. That is the problem that we have on this planet. And so the solution is not for the physicality. The solution is from the soul side. And we do this through our dream state. And that's why each of us have different dreams. And the meaning of these dreams is unique to each and every one of us, just like we are all unique. And the consideration is the environment, is the inertia interaction between you and the environment. And because that is your point of reference. So there's a relationship reference point between the soul, your body, and the earth body. And the midpoint is your spirit state, the soul of the body. So this is the energy transaction that is going on. As long as we are in this environment, change the environment, you change the interaction, but you do not change the basic elements because you are still you. And so this is the part that we have to learn. And if we learn this for us, then we can also learn this for the universal community because they have the same limitations. And so this is A new awareness for me is to know that this supposed inferiority that we have by being beings on this planet, as opposed to being universal beings who can travel through space, is a man-made inferiority complex and is promoted by men of inferior complex. So that doesn't mean automatically that we need to have a superior complex. The implication is that if you have an inferior complex, then you need to offset that with a complex of superiority. That is a fallacy. We are all equal. So the feeling of inferiority would be in your own mind, because nothing anyone says or does can affect you unless you allow it. And so this empowerment comes from your choice, your decision. And so once you have this empowerment, then you understand that my lot in life is not my lot. My lot in life is in this environment, and my presence in this environment is based on the interaction with the environment. And when you look around in this environment and you say, well, it's not working, you need to make that decision, first of all, consciously, that it's not working. And if you think it is working, then something's wrong. And not something's wrong with the earth, something's wrong with your thinking, because the byproduct is not of the earth. The byproduct is of our thinking, because our thinking is a representation of plasmatic manifestation of our soul energy, which is a plasmatic manifestation of the energy of the Creator. So if we understand that link, and if we understand the impetus, it comes from the top down. The higher field feeds the weaker field. And in order for the higher field to know precisely what to feed the weaker field, there has to be a feedback. And so the feedback doesn't come from the higher field, the feedback comes from the lower field. And so we have a mechanism based by the same rules where we can allow this lower field to feed back. So in other words, to do this, we have to elevate the soul. We have to elevate the feedback soul. And the feedback soul is the soul of the body. And the feed soul is the soul of the man. And so that's what we're going to talk about more. And as we travel through this insight stage, and how we can interpret our knowledge and understand our position in this whole thing matters, because this earth is ours and we are shareholders of this. And so there's a responsibility. And there's nothing wrong with having the responsibility. When you look into the universe and you see how well organized it is. Why is that? Why are we having this deficiency? How much of that falls on our shoulders? Well, we are not the only, shall we say, harvesters. And so we'll be talking about that later on as well. So we have to go through this transition point where we understand that the limitations of our physicality is a man-made construct. Thank you for your beautiful presentation there. And we will, I'm going to pass it over to you, Mark, and
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you all next week.
Is there more you wanted to add, Selena?
No. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Randy has inspired someone else, Leanna, to send me some pictures. Maybe I can share those. I don't know if she'd like to comment on it. Just a moment. And let's move a picture here. Maybe she'd like to explain. I think we have another one here. Let me just
Hi
shrink it up.
guys.
Hi, nice to hear from you.
Thanks for pulling
And
up our pictures.
yes,
Maybe just keep those two up for a second, because it's Randy's setup inspired, or you can put as many as you want, but Randy
okay.
really inspired me because all the differences in our cups are so unique, even with the same basic materials, like, you know, the coils and the plates. And then this is basically in the middle there. It's the cup, same materials as Cup of Life 2, which you see on the left, but it's at the top of 5-cup stacker for the plants, 5 cups for the vertical people. And Jed made this system with like all different kinds of nano coating and a lot of different variables in it. But look at how the water looks neon blue and clear, and the Gans is white and they're white. It's interesting. And after I saw his, I was like, I should share this one, because the copper, all the different things it can do, it's awesome. And yeah, that's it. Just sharing this, saying hi.
Nice. Here's another blue one. Randy, you're not the only one with blue Gans, apparently. Exactly what it means, and what are you going to do with these, Leanna?
I'm not sure if you call that, because my reception maybe is kind of choppy because I can't
little.
hear you guys.
A little.
Well, that's the idea, I think, of the fields all around the earth. This is all organzas are communicating all the time. That's beautiful.
Yeah, very nice. So there's work going on in the background. Very interesting. And again, Mr. Keshe has asked us to not to copy so much, but to do a little experimentation. And in some things you need to replicate, like the Cup of Life. You need to make it exactly the way he said it. And other things we heard today about the first stacker, 5 units, he said it must be done this way. It's not to be horizontal, it's not to be in a circle, it's to be done the way, as he said, these plates or coils look like the backbone of the man. So there's certain things we do want to replicate or copy. I guess copy is kind of a bad word, but mindless copy, I think, is a bad thing. But if you're replicating, the universe does it all the time. One universe creating another one, energies from one creating another one, and a lot of similarities. Even though the energies might be slightly different, the souls are all involved in a lot of this replication. So thank you, Leanna. We appreciate you checking in. Is there anything you want to, this blue one, what will you?
I can just talk about it really quick. I can
Go
just
ahead.
share
Sure.
a little bit about it, but maybe I can get Jed to share too, but I pretty much, I always feel so awkward every time I share, but God bless you guys. Everyone's so patient and wonderful in this group. So basically the coils, like when he was nano coating, we were running all these different experiments to see what can we nano coat, like homemade KOHs and different citrus juices and combinations of caustic and KOH and different things like that. So all the coils had different ways. Some of them were by fire, and there was like a lot of variation there. And then in the coils, he was doing like the 99 coils because of the 99 aspects or attributes of the creator. You can see in the one you see our plates broken on the just below the blue, and you can see the cups. It's been repaired since then, but
Your voice is breaking up a little bit. You may not be able to
hold on.
hear me.
You know what? Our internet's like terrible because our plasma system is still interrupting it. Hold on just a second. Hold on.
I was wondering about the chickens. How are they doing? I know you had dealt with a problem with the chickens, and I think you had a goat.
Our chickens are doing great. Our chickens are totally healthy. Yeah, I feel like everything's healthy. You know, we're just slow moving. I feel like on all of our projects, because we have a lot of things at once. We're like
Yeah.
fixing the physical foundation of our house right now. And also like that's also happening in a spiritual sense, you know, like just trying to be completely right and make things right, like do everything with quality. And it takes time, you know, to do things, but we have a lot of inspiration, and I hope that we can be a part of really helping bring the change, all of us, you know, together. Like these
You
little
are.
simple cups where we see this electric blue water, even though it's just basically a field generator. Even though we've harvested the water from this and use it in like really small amounts in the Peace Dome spray, Jed always does it. I don't actually really touch this system. I mean, I touch it in the sense that I'll hold the Gantz and I admire it, but yeah, I'm just like, it's his beautiful system, you know, but it's ours and it's everyone's. And I don't know why the water made that color. Like that would be my one question, is what makes that beautiful condition of the water? Yeah, anyways, God bless you guys.
Great.
Thank
And
you.
you
for
know,
letting me
it
share.
can, these Ganses and things can be added into concrete. I don't know if you're working with any concrete on the foundation, but maybe a little bit more research and
Use
you
it in
can,
our paint. In our paints, we don't mass produce Gantz enough, but it's actually like a goal to, you know, we all should be figuring out how to make the highest quality, best amino acids of CO2 and these things that our neighbors are going to need and our friends are going to need and the world needs. So we want to we want to make more product, but yeah, we do. And when we do our I think Jed has put Gantz in some of the concrete before, and for sure in the paint too. So
great.
yeah. Yeah, we have.
And the rooster's fine, it sounds like.
Oh man, yeah, we have roosters and peacocks on this land, and we're caretakers where we stay. So we inherited all these very loud, amazing birds.
Beautiful, beautiful. And is your community taking notice of any of this, or do they just look and say,
Oh man, you know what? I feel like locally we have great everything about Keshe technology is like really received well and openly. People are really open-minded here. They like immediately get excited when you tell them about it and they use it. But then when you tell them like, check out Knowledge Seekers workshops, they're like, I can't listen to that really. And I'm like, man, try, you know. Or then it's like my mom or my family who's like, you know, I'm not even gonna say, but they're like, basically they think, you know, it's evil. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, you've been so blinded, like you don't even know. Like,
yeah,
the kind of people that tell me like Jesus is all I need, but then they got injections, you know. And I'm like, really? That's all you need? But like, you won't even listen to the voice of the master returned home. Like, I don't know.
yeah.
So I would say it's received like by our friends, but by our families, and I think by many people there's resistance, and like our families are like ashamed of us in a sense. We're like, man, you guys don't get it. But you know,
Leanna,
it's
you could try putting cup one right in your white. If you're painting with white, put cup one right in the paint.
Yeah, we had the dry CO2 and cup one Ganses, yeah, right there in the paint. That's exactly what we did.
And of course, this is the year of the Mekti, so they may be a little shocked when, you know, from the Vatican to the Buddhists to the Ayatollahs in Iran start to confirm the existence of the Mekti. I know they'll have a hard time with that as well, but that's what they've been all preaching about. And now the day is here, or the year is here of the Mekti.
Yeah, we just got to try to help everyone make it home, make it to the ultimate best destination, best position, and like try not to leave anyone behind and keep trying to do our own personal best. But yeah, it's kind of just beautiful. So thank you for letting me share. I love you guys all. I love that you guys are all here and you know, doing the work. Thanks again.
All right, Alex, can you put the background back up? I seem to have something didn't go correctly here. All right, just a minute then. I'm not sure if you have the background up, Alex. Very good, thank you. Okay, so there is a new tomorrow, and that's how I'd like to conclude today with the video New Tomorrow that beautiful Lisa has made and shared with us and has been played in knowledge seekers workshops and private meetings and other places. And again, more gifts from the creator, he said, in a way. We don't understand it all, but we're part of it all. We're connected to everything, but yet we're independent, and we're everywhere, but yet we're nowhere at the same time. So let me play this, and unless someone has something else they'd like to share at this point, I think we do have a little bit of time. And this really has some very profound words in it. Again, it's just so awe-encompassing, where solar systems are going to move, stars are going to move, everything, as he said, when you introduce something and the position changes, the way one magnet can interfere or change the position of all the other magnets. So I just wanted to play this in closing and thank you all again for your attending. And I think we all know, the ones that are here, that we are in a way responsible or part of a much bigger, we don't see it all, but we see a glimpse or a part of it so far. But we're all part of this, and we've joined the foundation. Our souls have led us here in a way, or what Mr. Keshe said at one time, maybe someone in your past, your grandfather or great-great-grandfather has done something good, and that's why you're here. So we're all working together, even though it does seem a little bit a wild ride at the moment. We don't know which shoe is going to drop next, but it's all within control of the universal community. As we know, they've been here, this planet's belonged to them, and how much energy they've also put into this planet over thousands and probably millions of years to get to the point we are right now. So thank you all. Continue sharing the knowledge and learning about the knowledge. As we've been reminded, we're all students and we're all teachers. And even though Mr. Keshe carries the knowledge of the universe, he comes into the meeting as a knowledge seeker. So he's still seeking knowledge. And as we all know, the knowledge will never end. And we're probably going to replicate some of the things that Mr. Keshe has done here on this planet in other civilizations in the same manner. This is what I sense anyway. So thank you all. Have a wonderful rest of your day or evening. And I'm going to play this and then we'll end the meeting. Anyone else? Anything else to share?
Hi, Mark. It's Nikolai. I had one photo I could share. If should I send it to you on
Sure,
Telegram?
you can share it. Feel free.
Okay, maybe I'll share it in here if I can find it quickly.
Okay, I'm just checking here. Okay. I think Alex is sharing the screen right now, but just continue. I was wondering, Nikolai, what was it like? Did you think of the foundation often in the last year or two, or just sporadically, or was there like a magnetic pull? What was going on? I mean, I'm not asking you for any details, but just your emotional sense.
Yeah. Well, yeah, may as well share that before I share this other thing.
Okay. We're so glad to have you back, you beautiful soul.
Well, thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
It's nice to be back. It was, I guess it was late after, it would have been shortly after that workshop that you showed at the beginning of this teaching, which was the 23rd of July, 2020. So I don't know for sure if it was maybe in the fall, but I built the 5 cups, and that was the last, so to speak, interaction that I had with the technology.
And did you destroy your 5 cups?
Well, there's a reason why I asked a very stupid question in last Thursday's workshop, which
Okay.
was, can I refill these things that have evaporated? And of course, Mr. Keshe was, yeah, of course you can refill them. You know, you galoot. But the reason I'd asked that was I had left these on the shelf and they have completely evaporated. And I mean, I left them for months. And so what I see in the physicality of these cups are two very white crystalline structures all over the glasses, then two rather green turquoise one and one orange one at the bottom. And the salt and the gans is basically attached itself to the walls of the cups. So from my understanding, it was still functioning, regardless of whether I was participating as well. But it also kind of felt like I had left a plant to wither.
And did you feel like you were having any communication on the soul level with any of the, say, knowledge seekers that you were interacting with?
Well, it was interesting. I mean, one thing I noticed with the 5 cups when I first built that, like you said earlier about having a certain emotional or thoughts come in out of nowhere and very strong. That was extremely interesting for me as well. At the beginning, especially. And yeah, I mean, the reason that I essentially left was I couldn't find within my own community people to share this knowledge with. And that got me very upset in a way. I had, a few years prior kind of removed a lot of people from my life and cut people out that I used to hang out with because we just, that's what it was. It was just a drifting apart.
Well, look at Mr. Keshe trying to share with NASA back in 1985, and now in 2022, they're getting a shell or getting a unit. So that's how long
it takes time.
Yes, and how patient he is. Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. All I wanted to say was in the time that I left, I recognized what it was, and it was I could not share this knowledge in my own sphere, and I felt like I couldn't share it anymore in the Keshe Foundation sphere, which I think was maybe incorrect, but at the time I felt like I couldn't, and it felt like I had betrayed myself, and it was almost like the soul was repositioning me away so that I didn't do any harm. And I felt this actually in an interesting way. It was, I mentioned a few times in Telegram that I reached out to Jalal every so often, maybe twice in a year and a half. And I went, oh, I'm coming back. And he goes, oh, please come back. And I went, okay, I'm coming back. Oh yeah, we welcome you back. And neither time did I make it back. So there was definitely a pull.
Timing.
Yeah, and but what ended up happening in its own respect was that I met people here in my part of the country in Canada who were also angry about the situation going on. And so what I recognized was that my emotion had dictated where I ended up. And so because I was in an emotion not of happiness and joy and sharing knowledge for the beauty of it, but anger and frustration at my own government, at my own family, at my own community for not being willing to accept anything. And so what I ended up attracting was similar energies. And so I found myself in a community of people who were, they call themselves freedom fighters. And I never liked participating in rallies or demonstrations of those kinds. I never really thought that they had much value. And in some respects, I kind of still agree with that. But I found myself pulled into a whole group of people whose entire reality was fighting. And it took me until, I suppose, maybe November of this past year to realize I had no interest in doing that anymore. We can't fight for peace. We can't fight for freedom. We have to freedom for freedom. So we have to peace for peace. So I found myself again in a conflict. And this time it was a conflict within myself and the community that I was surrounded by. And again, that community couldn't accept this technology either. And so I went, oh my goodness, I've essentially found a new position. And then it became clear to me that I had to shed some emotional layers and some emotional and physical addictions And some of that was to the news. And some of that was to marijuana, which was my way of closing myself off. And both of those addictions, so to speak, dropped away with awareness. And they both came away or dropped away with the awareness of knowing what the actual root was. And these came to me in my nightly GANS baths, because I would still do that. I would still take a bath every evening, or maybe not every evening, but every second evening or so, with the cups of cup 1 and cup 2. And certain things would come forward. And so one of those was my addiction with marijuana, which had been a long time. And immediately, in an instant, when I asked the question and the awareness came about where this was coming from, and it was an emotional problem that hadn't been solved, and it wasn't really even mine at the heart of it. It had come from my father's emotional issues as he was a child. And so all of that became clear to me in an instant. And the next morning, I had absolutely no interest in this addiction, absolutely gone. And similarly with the information and being addicted to this consistent news of, oh, what's happening in the world, and oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
That field, yeah.
Immediately, as I realized, again, the awareness of what this was, it dropped away. And within 3 weeks of that or so, I had essentially made the decision that I was coming back to the foundation in some respect, and then made a donation again in the last month, and then thought I would be waiting for 3 months again, but graces would have it that I waited very short time, and that I was opened back up as a student here. And so it's only really been about 3 or 4 weeks now that I've been following the Knowledge Seekers workshops and have been back in that respect. But it was always a part of my life. It was just something that I ended up sharing with very few people instead of the many that I at one point had tried. And I did this in the summer, actually. I had a small workshop of 20 or so people trying to make the cups of cup 1 and cup 2, and it didn't work. There was all kinds of people there. They were all very excited, and we had probably 4 meetings or so of different teachings once a week about different aspects of the technology. And by the end of the last one, my friend and I went on a little road trip and toured around BC. And that was essentially it. Not a single one of those people was able to continue the work. Not a single one of them was able to keep up their cups of life. And I understood for the first time what Alex had meant many years ago when he said, don't teach outside the foundation, not because you can't, but because it's very challenging. And it took me that experience to understand what he meant at that time. But there's a few who are still interested. However, they haven't been interested enough to. I did plant some seeds, but there was an effort that I wished I had gone about a different way. And that's what that experience showed me, was that the method that I had used and the people who I had allowed to almost control that environment, who said, oh yeah, I should invite all these people and yada, yada, yada. And I allowed that was incorrect, because it wasn't actually the souls that wanted to be there. It was somebody else's opinion of who those souls should be and that they should be there. And that was just my friend inviting all of his so-called spiritual friends and said, oh yeah, they all want this. And the truth of it was they didn't. A few of them did. And those few that did had an experience that was interesting for them. But that will definitely guide me in future.
Yeah.
And that was an important lesson.
We can all feel proud that we've been touched in so many ways by the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation. So, and all the souls that were there knew, but apparently the physicality is still putting its foot forward. But I think
as we
planted a
know,
lot of seeds and given people a lot of things to ponder and think about. So you're doing your work.
Well, thanks, Mark. I appreciate the words of encouragement. I wanted to share a photo of something that I built, and it was interesting that this happened. I imagine, oh,
You'll
maybe
have
this
to
might,
take-
this photo might
take
be
the
about a
screen.
week old.
You have to take the screen, please. Thank you.
Do you see that picture?
We do.
So this is a friend who's sitting in this little chair. And if you look carefully, he's sitting above the MagRav unit. And so I created this, device, so to speak. This chestahedron is the name of the shape, the 7-sided shape with all of its faces with the same area. And the black rings are filled with the GANs of zinc. And the poles are nano-coated copper poles. And inside those poles are PVC, so plastic poles. And inside each of those is a gradient of 12 drops on the bottom in each, or 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, and so forth, all the way around. And each with a drop of amino acids of the zinc as well. And I didn't know at the time, but I put this together and I gave them the MagRav unit because there are 3 pumps on those rings, on the black rings. And so at the time I wanted to have these pumps pump the GANs around the rings. And although that didn't exactly feel correct, but I brought the MagRav unit from my house and I gave it to them with the structure, and it's a gift to them. And a week later, we have the teaching of last Thursday. And I have the understanding of placing the body above the MagRav unit. So I thought that was interesting.
Very
and
creative.
I had done something without realizing it. And now when I go back there, which will be later today, I'm going to share with him what I got from Thursday, which was that this MagRav unit is not to be necessarily powering the pumps, but that the job is for the human to send its fields from the soul into the MagRav and to see how that affects the position.
Yes, it seems that all the souls have or want that ability to elevate, whether it's the cats, the plants, other little things, they all have the opportunity to elevate. And that's what apparently this is one of the things it is all about, is elevation of the souls. Very beautiful. Thank you for sharing, Nikolai.
Can I say
Yeah,
something?
you're welcome.
Of course.
I have done the same. I have a pyramid and I wanted to do this like this, but not before, since I know from Mr. Keshe yesterday or so on. And the pyramid was too low, it was too high to sit over my MagRav, and yeah, it doesn't work. And then I put it under my, it's not a bed, I'm sleeping in a hanging
Yes.
hanging school,
A hammock.
Yeah, hammock or something like this. Yeah, it's you can swing right and left. It's a seat, very comfortable. Yes, and I put my MagRav on the ground, and I put my universal cup on the MagRav, and I'm the 5-cup system. That was my idea. And tonight I will try.
Excellent. As Rick often says, there's as many reactors as there are stars in the universe, and all of us are a star. If we don't see the physicality, we see the light in the other souls.
Yeah, and I don't have put the MagRav into the current. I use it without current, my MagRav. It has never been in the current.
Yeah,
I don't to save energy.
That. Yeah, he mentioned that as well. If you're still connecting the wires, we've got a long way to go, apparently.
Yeah.
So very interesting. Thank you for sharing that as well. Thank you, Nikolai.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
And thank you for him that he has something done the same.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Nice to hear your version too.
Yeah.
I had one other thing which came to mind, and I wanted to ask in Thursday's workshop, but I'm always so tired in the mornings. It's very late for my time, and the questions that I come up with are usually 2 days later. But I wanted to ask, maybe somebody else noticed this. In the vertical enhancement unit, it looked to me, and maybe Mark, you could, or Alex, whoever has the screen, could perhaps find a screenshot of that and zoom in. It looked to me like there were two plates on the floor, a left and a right. And I wondered if anyone else had the same thought of, if we take the shoes off and we stand on the left and the right plate in the vertical enhancement unit, is that what is connected to the magrev? The left foot and the right foot?
I don't know.
The negative and the positive end of the magrev, as opposed to being plugged into the wall, as we have done.
You have it in the wall, the magrev.
I do. I'm wondering, in the vertical enhancement unit, which was shown in Thursday's teaching, when Mr. Keshe zoomed in and he put a circle around it, it looked to me like there were two plates on the floor.
Yeah.
Is one of those connected to the left foot and one of them connected to the right foot, and both going into the magrev unit as a source of the power supply? It's just a question I had, but I wondered if anyone else had come up with the same question.
Yeah, I have done a nano-coated copper plate on the ground because of the energy from underground. And on this, I have my magrev, and over that, my universal cup. And it's from Keshe, this one is, but it's not stick into the current or in the wall. It's running out of current, just with the plates and your feet, but no current. You know what I mean? Current? You put
yeah. Earlier, Mark, right after the break, in the video, right after the break, he comes back and he draws on the screen. I think it's earlier in the video. There.
Yeah.
If that can be zoomed in, I don't know.
But do you remember the stacker systems, the three in the beginning of the here the lens? Yeah, in the beginning there was the three 5 stackers. You can stand in the stackers, but on the ground there was a nano-coated copper plate. And that was my thing I have to think of, and that's because I used the copper plate. Maybe it's just something like the same, the 3 5 stackers and standing on a copper plate because of the energies from underground. And maybe it's something the same, I don't know, but maybe you will ask next Sunday, next Thursday. It's interesting.
Thank you for sharing stuff. Very nice.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you again, everyone, for sharing. I think we're all working together, even though we're all in different places, so that's very nice. And
do you see that? Oh, sorry, Mark.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you see that on the screen now?
Yes.
So that, to me, on the bottom, looked like a left foot and a right foot.
You mean the division between here?
Yeah, I know what you
meant. Let me just draw right here.
A divided circle, yeah.
Yes, we know this is the magrev, and it's in all of the systems, I think. At least the vertical and horizontal. And I think they're powered using plasma energy rather than electrical energy.
Who made the red arrows?
I think Caleb did.
Hey, hello.
Do you want to jump in?
Hey, Nikolai, thank you so much for sharing. I'm happy that we can speak, but I just wanted to chime in, and I want to say that when you hold those black things, the handles, I think that's what closes the circuit.
Interesting.
Because they are to be so that you can hold them.
Yes, and on that other vertical unit we saw, wasn't there a place for your hands to go? If I remember correctly, some of the earlier drawing or pictures that we saw.
I send you another picture of it as well, but it's basically the same as the as what's on the video. So this is as good.
Yes, once these start to come out, I think it's going to be amazing. And again, beyond the belief and understanding of most men. But we're being prepped for it, perhaps, where it won't. I think it's going to be a fantastically beautiful experience of being in here. And then to come out and to share with the others. And this was what's going to happen. The souls will be starting to get elevated. And then realizing it's more about giving than taking, and we'll all start to collaborate and give from our souls. So very good. Okay. Anything else anyone wants to add or say about this? I don't know if anyone here has experienced it or not, but soon, hopefully, we all will start to participate in this.
Think we. Where's Jalal?
Did I lose something here?
You
No.
cannot put my rig.
Ah, there he is. Thanks for the soul connection all that time, Jalal.
Yes.
We are, my friend. We are.
Yeah. Very good. Okay, so let's see what's in store for the entire creation now.
Just 1 second, Mark.
Oh,
Only
yeah.
one thing I would like to say. Just really just try to think and behave as a child. Child, he's only living to enjoy. He do not go and play with another child to teach him. He do not do anything. He's only giving. He's not there to take. And our problem is that we give so much and we expect it so much. That's why sometimes we disappointed, because this is normal. When you this is a business. Always our life is business. We give, then we need to take respect to what we are giving. But the children, they do not do that. Absolutely, they do not do that. They're always there to give and enjoy their life, at least for this 7 years of their time. Then they start to behave from the soul of the parents, and they will be attached as we are. And here, if you see, this is very remarkable thing you said here, Nicholas and Khaled, because here you detached from Earth. This 2 place or 3 place or the magra, it's detach you from Earth. Then it's you and your soul. where you want to go and how much strength you have. That's all. How much acceptance in reality, how much you accept. But it's beautiful what you are sharing, guys. Thank all of you, Alex and Mark, Nikolai, Steve, all of you.
Yes,
So-
we're all playing a part.
I hope we do. Yes. Take it over, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jalal, for all your work around the foundation and struggles teaching and sharing. But it's very beautiful, your work. Okay,
Jalal,
go ahead.
when are your secret teachings? When do they happen? I want to be there.
It's a secret.
Okay, I'll find out tonight.
It is a secret which all knows.
Oh, maybe I have to come around. Maybe I'll find out in my dream time.
Well, we have teaching in Monday, and we have teaching in Wednesday, and also all over the place. You know, once here, once there. We do not stop.
Your secret MyGraph teachings?
Ah, you mean yeah, the secret group.
That's why I asked like that.
Mr. Keshe referred to that in the last workshop again.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know, it's remarkable that all the group is there in the teaching, and no one opened his mouth to ask or to add, or I don't know. They are afraid. They put everything in my shoulder. Yeah, Jalal's group. It's not Jalal group. We are 8, 9 of us. And
Sharing unconditionally.
yes, it is real. But the aim, really, the aim of this group, that when we achieve something, and you know, we are working like a turtle. It's very slowly working, but we are working very good. I think when we achieve this one, this will be all over the for the knowledge seekers. We are trying to put it in a way that everyone can teach it very easily and can do it. It's not really a secret one for something. No, it is a secret for bring it to the others in a simple way, and everyone can do it. And the group, they choose to be, you know, away from the eyes, not because we are advanced, no, because we do not need any interfere about what we are thinking or what we are discussing. That's all. But we are always and the group, they are always there in the private, in the public, always they are adding to the knowledge. But let's see, maybe I will make it a public group, then let me take the what the group say.
Yeah, this is the whole idea. The whole secret is there is no secret.
There is no secret, exactly. As Mr. Cass said, a secret group which everyone knows.
Yeah, and this is what he's trying to get the nations to do, and the scientists, is cooperate and collaborate, and to share unconditionally with each other, rather than one nation is going to have it all and then be in charge of the other ones. No, it's all about sharing. And again, this knowledge is so vast and so immense that it's going to take everyone.
Oh my God.
Unwind it. The more we start to know, the more realize how big it is. And I don't even think we do realize how big it is.
It is really not a drop in the ocean. Not yet, even a drop.
Right.
All what we have.
Yeah, no question about it. No question.
But
I think you know now why nobody opens their microphone after Thursday. It was shock on shock on shock.
Every week, another huge load of knowledge is just being conveyed to us. And he says we don't get it. And many times he says, now you understand. So there's probably more going on than we realize within ourselves about being exposed to these teachings, Mr. Keshe, and this knowledge.
Look, when he speak about the Magra, we take it literally like this winding and the coils and all the Magraph teaching, you know, but in reality, a Magraph, it is magnetic gravitational position. Whatever you have, it's work as a Magraph. Magraph with the three interactions, matter state and transition and principle. So this is a Magraph. All over the place there is a Magraph. But sometimes we go, yes, with the physicality to reach, you know, the higher position. It's okay. For me, I even when I speak to the group, I said I have to do that because I need to be in the matter state, especially with this, especially Magraph. It's not the point that really we want to take energy from it. No, but we want to understand it. And once we understand it, we can let go the matter state of it, the connection, everything, to reach a higher point, zero time communication, expanding of the fields, the magnetic, the
Soul
gravitational.
elevation, yes.
You know, and I opened this Wednesday about the soul. It is really, you need to know, as I love what Nicholas said here, Nikolai, about the smoking. What you have, it's not you. In reality, it is the wealth of you, whoever came before you. So you need to make your own wealth. You need to make your own wealth. When you change this Magraph, this is not yours. It is Mr. Cash wealth. If you can change it, then it is yours. How you gonna change it? You need to understand only, not you do a coil or whatever. It's not about that. No, it is the principle of the interaction. And once they speak about the Magraph and how it's give energy, I said, you know what? And this is in the private. And he said, I can give you how much energy you want from 2 wires. He said, I can give you how much energy you want from 2 wires. But you didn't understand it. And all of us until now, we didn't understand the interaction and which level we are. And the beauty, I started with the people, I said, put a position, knows where you are, and then you can go down or you can go up. You start building your own way of interaction. But you need to just stand still where you are. You are in the matter state, you need to go a little bit higher. That means the nano. Now, are you in the nano? You need to go or one step higher or one step down. And then when you are in the ganses, and like this always, you need to know where you are. That's all. Then you will see. You go right, left, up, down, forward, backward, and I hope we are going very fast. Believe me, even the teaching of Mr. Cash, because since a long time, and he said, you know, I didn't thought. One day in the private teaching, he said, and in the reality, it was so fast. We need to slow it a little bit, because I didn't thought that the man will understand to this level. But after that, he went too fast, and
Yeah,
he said,
well, even with the
yeah,
Magravs, he said this last teaching, he's been weeping over when is humanity, or he has wept in the past
yeah.
of when humanity will finally understand.
Jalalbhai, can I say something?
No? Okay, go ahead.
My understanding of Magrav is that is our body, and it connects state of our mind. When we can connect that level, we will find the technology like total love. That level, unconditional love, that level, we will find the technology. And Magrav is our body. There is the connection. It is my understanding.
Yes, your body is a physicality, and your emotion, which is need to be interact with the physicality to create a soul. It's like the CO2 books, no different.
Yes.
So, but it's not yours. You understand? It's not yours. Your
Yes.
own creation. When it is your own creation, now you dictate what kind of colors you create. That is the point. When we gonna create CO2, which is red, we always create CO2, which is creamish, or I don't know, which is white, or CuO, which is green. When we gonna change it? It's the same thing with the man. We are still in the circle. Unless you create a new emotion. You remember in the teaching, in the public teaching, when he speak about the free fall, guys, he said before no one really tested the free fall. Why? Because a free fall meaning death. Because there was no equipment to make you feel this feeling.
And what Jalal is referring to here is if you're flying on an airplane and all of a sudden it loses altitude, you have the free fall
The free fall, yes.
emotion that
Yeah.
we never experienced that before. Some maybe tower jumpers have.
No, even that wasn't before. It is a new for us. Even the tower jumpers or the bungee, what you call it, ropes, and this all is new. Before, when someone do it, he gonna die. So he will not return the information of this feeling. It's the same thing. You have to try a new feelings, and that do not comes with what you have, with your soul. You need help. What is the help here? It's the star formation, it is the magraph, it is the ganses. You need to connect to them. Really, you need to connect to them and speak to them. It's amazing, with this cameras and videos, you see even the animals, when you ask them something, you find out somehow they are answering you. It's amazing this videos what's coming out, what the people is videoing. You ask a bird, and the bird answer you as he understand you, but we do not understand. So if someone of us ask this question and the animal reply, then he will notice, wait a minute, what I'm missing here. So everything is connected, everything, they understand us, but we don't understand them. That's why they are not connected to us, because they are above us. They are more connected to the existence than us. So who is the lower here? We need to elevate to understand the others, that we are connected. But okay, it's need a time, need awareness, need teachings here and there. Someone experience something to bring it, testimonials. This is all add, for us
Right.
to elevate.
And all these systems are a helping hand, he said.
Yes, exactly. This is only a helping tools. So thank you, guys.
Thank you for coming in. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
the whole creation, even though we're in awe of those ones flying in the UFOs, they don't know how to operate in the matter state that well. And we have a lot to teach them about the matter state, and they have a lot to teach us about the energy state, probably. So we're all going to be sharing knowledge in so many ways that I don't totally understand, but it's beautiful. And here's what we see in the gift from the Creator now about unifying the whole creation, that every created thing will be able to move between the two dimensions. And we even know there's more dimensions than just two. So when they say the universe is big, it is, but the knowledge is probably even bigger. So again, thank you. Anyone have anything else they'd like to say before I play this, and then the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will end? Thank you all for today.
In the world of creation, we had the two extremes, except in the case of the Creator and Mitra, where we could never bring the functionality of the soul within the functionality of physicality. We had the physicality hidden within the soul, or soul within the physicality, or in conjunction of the two, one would never have the understanding of the totality, where we could transit but exist in both directions. With the new cycle, this is what Einstein said: when you turn one atom, the other atom changes. This new dimension will blow that field which commonly exists between all the cells of the universe into that position, which means all the created things, as a gift from the Creator in a way, become able to transmute between the two dimensions. There's a reason for this, and it's taken a long time for it to be done, and it has reached its pinnacle, and it will be completed. It's already in the process of being completed. Was to take from the essence of the soul of every created things of the time, beginning of time, an essence of the creation of the soul, or the center, and create a new creature which carries all the essence of the created in the new soul, which can with it go from the soul of the Creator to the soul of physicality of Mitra. This is what the whole knowledge is. The Creator is the universe, and Mitra the dimension of physicality and its behavior towards the dimension of physicality. And with a new system, every creature in the universe will have the understanding of the capability to transmute between the two. This has a lot of implication for all races in the universe, because now they all become the same. In the coming time, we will see even change in the position of galaxies, position of universes. Many systems will move due to the changes which has been brought. Man doesn't have that knowledge as such to monitor, but we'll have the knowledge to see, we'll have the time to see that with the new fields, as we call it, a lot of things will move in the right position to keep that ability to change between the two. That you don't need to kill to keep the physicality going, you don't need to steal, and the soul does not need to be engaged or to escape, to be out on its own, to be able to confirm its existence. And this this process will complete very soon. That the whole of universal community will be able to have the benefit of the two, both in the dimension of energy or matter, which never existed. When we released the soul, we had to get rid of the physicality. You call it death. When we brought the soul, you had to give it the physicality, and you go through the dimension of the birth, and then you have the whole commotion of bringing the two. With a new system, both soul and the soul of physicality work together in the existence of dimension. We expect a massive change in the physical characteristics of human race in the coming century, because we change into the emotion of the physicality. The way, as I said many times, but many never understood, Indians and Pakistanis were the same, till one chose to take different kind of energy in the other one, and we see change of the feature. Now, with the balance between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of man, many of us will change feature, without a shadow of a doubt. Man will change the faces of anger, man will change the faces of hate, man will change the face of warmongering, because we get satisfied in the field of it. And this is part of what will be and what has already started, and the completion of will be the birth of Mitra. Physical completion of birth of Mitra in a physical dimension, not in myths. And then we have the soul of the creator, which the two will complete the cycle. And then, as I said very recently to one of knowledge seekers, then we'll see if Adam will eat from the apple of love and giving it. And then we'll see how humanity will change. And the whole creation will change. We are at the verge of that change. Much, much closer than anybody could think of, not only a human race.
Welcome or welcome back to the Future of Safety Science series, where we are asking the big questions about
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.